take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. It's Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morellia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the fight, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas million strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
For the details of what, a narrative, what we see, and what we're doing on the scene.
You would record the condition of evidence that you found if it was noteworthy, would you not?
If it's not something that we are expecting, yes, we should note it.
You ensure that these notes are accurate as to location, measurements, or other identifying features of the evidence, don't you?
Sorry, can you rephrase that? Sorry.
Absolutely. You ensure that these crime scene notes that you take, that they're accurate, if you're recording location, or measurements, or some other identifying feature of the evidence, don't you?
Yes.
You also make sure that those notes are complete, meaning you don't leave out details that could be easily forgotten or confused with all the other cases that you've been processing since you processed this scene. Is that right?
When we process the scene, we try to do that. When it gets to a certain hour, it's harder to remember everything, but we do try to make sure we write everything down.
And as the team lead in this case, you relied on all that training and those SOPs to process this scene, correct?
That's correct.
And the notes that you've been referencing throughout your direct examination and what I imagine you'll look at today, those are these crime scene notes that I've been talking about, right?
That is correct.
Along with your serology notes.
Yes, I have a crime scene report and I have a forensic biology report.
And you were the team lead of this unit in this case, is that right?
In this case, yes.
And your responsibility is to collect every team member's crime scene notes, is that right?
That's correct.
And you review each member's crime scene notes as part of being the team lead, isn't that right?
Yes, to make sure that there's certain information on those notes.
Now, when you arrive at the scene, you're debriefed by law enforcement or another special agent to let you know what happened before you got there, correct?
Correct.
And while processing this scene, those types of communication continued from time to time. Is that right?
In this scene, it continued throughout the entire scene.
And likewise, you would report back evidence that you had uncovered. For instance, you would report that back during those conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let's transition to the vehicles that were on the scene. You talked about in your direct that Black Ford Ranger was collected, right?
Yes, we brought that back to the lab with us.
Transported back to Knoxville.
Correct.
And the contents of the vehicle was searched for evidence, correct?
Yes, and at a different time. We didn't do it the day after the scene. We did it. We didn't do it the day of the scene. We did it a few days later.
And the gray Ford F-150 that was on the scene, that was not collected and searched. Is that right?
There were with the Bronco and the Ranger, there were other vehicles on the scene that, without looking at my notes, I don't know what they are, but there were other vehicles on the scene that were not searched.
But you have no recollection of any other vehicle being taken to the Knoxville Crime Lab and processed. Is that fair?
That's fair.
To your knowledge, there were no implements or anything collected out of the bed of that gray F-150 pickup truck that was on the scene.
To my knowledge, without looking at my detailed notes, I don't remember anything from the Ford F-150.
Based on the information that you were given, your team was looking for reddish brown stains on clothing, correct?
On clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
We were looking for reddish brown stains on clothing and throughout the house, looking for headphones, and this to process the scene overall to see what was present and to collect and make notations.
And you collected a pair of pants from the kitchen, did you not?
Yes.
And those pants had a reddish brown stain or potential human blood on them, did they not?
The only reason I would have collected them if there was reddish brown staining on them.
And those pants were not tested, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Clothing was collected from bedroom number 3, is that right?
That's correct.
And that clothing was tested for the presence of blood, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you didn't find any, did you?
It was negative for blood.
That included a pair of khakis
It was khakis and a green polo shirt
and a belt.
and a belt.
And none of those had anything on them.
That is correct.
There was clothing collected from the washing machine. Is that right?
Correct.
Those items were placed in a brown paper bag.
Yes, they were.
And you tested the clothes from the washing machine on May 19th of 2022. Isn't that right? I'll try to look at what page that's on here. It may be on page 26. Turn my approach to witness. Especially
Yes, I did it on May 19th, 2022.
the clothing from the washer was not placed in plastic, isn't that right?
That is correct. It was placed in a brown paper bag.
It was not taken out of that brown paper bag and dried for any reason, was it?
I do not believe it was.
You mentioned a couple of times in your direct testimony that you were looking for touch DNA, correct?
That is correct.
And we're talking about maybe sweat or skin that touching something, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And of course, you tested blood stains for DNA.
Correct.
Now, I'd like to go over just a few things that did not have Jordan Allen's DNA on them, okay? If you want to look at your Exhibit 454, which is your lab report, that may be beneficial. Certainly your notes. Yeah, she's got it right there. Okay. The hammer out of bedroom number 3. You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on that hammer, did you?
I did not.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on the Phillips head screwdriver in bedroom number 3, did you?
I did not.
In fact, Out of the screwdrivers that were collected, Jordan Allen's DNA was not found on any of them. Is that right?
I only tested one of the screwdrivers, so I don't know what was on the other screwdriver.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA inside the boots from bedroom number 3. Isn't that right?
I did not.
And you did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on the outside of those boots in bedroom number 3, did you?
I did not.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on any clothing of the victims. Isn't that right?
On the boots from Jesse Allen and the pants of Sherry Cole, the ones that I tested, I did not find.
Likewise, you did not find Jordan Allen's DNA anywhere in relation to the Ford Bronco.
I don't think anything was collected from the Ford Bronco.
There was spatter that was tested, though, correct?
Oh, yeah, underside of the Bronco.
Yes, sir. And that was not Jordan Allen's DNA.
That is correct.
You did not find the presence of blood on the clothes from the washing machine, did you?
I did not.
Those items were not blue. Excuse me, let me rephrase it. You did not use Blue Star, I guess it's a spray, to check for the presence of human blood on those clothes out of the washer, did you?
No, I did not. I did a different presumptive test on those.
The only DNA you found belonging to Jordan Allen was a 1 by 1 centimeter stain on the bed sheet closest to the window in bedroom number 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there's no scientific method available to you to tell us when that was deposited there, is there?
I cannot tell you when it was deposited there.
The hammer that was collected in bedroom number 3 was on the bed sheet closest to the dresser. Isn't that right?
From what I remember, yes.
You did not collect any of the sheet material that laid underneath that hammer, did you?
Did not.
If it had had any sort of staining or something that made you believe there was a biological agent on that sheet, you would have, wouldn't you?
Yes, once I noticed the staining was on the other portion of the sheet, we did look at the sheet to see if there was any other staining. And at that point, we didn't see any, so we only collected that one portion of the sheet.
Let's talk about some things that weren't tested, okay?
Okay.
So 002-A, that'll be in exhibit 454 there, your lab report. That's a cigarette butt from marker 1. That was not tested.
Correct.
Same with 003A, cigarette butt from marker 3. That was not tested, correct?
That is correct.
007A, the khaki pants hanging in the kitchen, marker 12. Those were not tested.
They were not tested.
010A, flathead screwdriver under Bronco, marker 22, not tested.
Not tested.
There were also some samples taken from Rick Williams' vehicle by Blake Ketron. Those samples were not tested either. Is that right?
I don't recall those at all, so I don't know if they actually never came to the lab.
One moment. We'll come back to that. And you are aware that there was a sock collected from Bill Cole that had RBS on it, correct?
That is correct.
It was not tested, was it?
It was not tested. I tested his pants instead.
The pants that you tested, you found Sherry Cole's blood on the, as you were, on those boots. Let's go to the boots. Okay. The boots out of bedroom 3, yes ma'am. That would be 008-A, marker 16. Sherry Cole's blood was found on the heel of the left boot, correct? Should be page.
She was the major contributor of that portion.
The heel of the right boot from bedroom 3, that was not tested though, was it?
The heel of the right. I tested all the staining that was on the boots.
All that you can see with the naked eye.
That is correct.
You tested the clothes taken from Bill Cole that he was wearing during his interrogations, correct? That would be the pants that had blood on the back of the pants legs on both sides.
I don't know when they were collected. The ones I have that were from his person were exhibits 21 through 23.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Okay, then yes.
And both pant legs, talk about the back of them, had Jesse Allen's blood on them, correct?
Both of the bottom of the cuffs of both pant legs, yes.
And those samples were taken from the outside of those pants. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
I want to bring up Exhibit 243 onto the screen. This has previously been entered into evidence. It'll be on the TV.
You put it on the TV or you put it on the process?
I'm going to put it on the TV. I need the HDMI cable. We may have to do that. Take this one, just left. Give me just a second. Forgive me, we'll have to do the best we can with later.
You want Miss Allen to pull it up?
I don't drive. Let off. Special Agent Lowe, I've handed you Exhibit 243. It's going to be difficult to tell in that photograph, or even if we project it, but if you would look up against the wall of the house, you're going to find two pair of black pleated shoes with a white sole. You see those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Those were not collected, were they?
No, they were not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you want me to
That
show
back.
the jury
The
room?
jury will have it in the rest. All right.
So
Yes,
it's
please.
these items over here.
Thank you, Special Agent Lowe.
You want to hold it?
They'll have it in deliberation, or it's already part of the evidence. Okay, those boots from bedroom number 3, which I believe in your lab is 008-A. And Ms. Allen, if you would be as kind as to bring up page 8 of Exhibit 454. Also previously entered into evidence. It would be page 8, it's probably 454 sub 8. Made it off. Yes, ma'am. And especially if look at Your Honor, may I retrieve
What
those?
exhibit number is that?
It's Exhibit 454, You're on page 8. And you can retrieve them. Thank you. You testified on your direct examination that you tested the inside of the boots to determine who had wore them. That was your statement. Pretty close. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, right here. What's that line, that very line of that paragraph? What's it say?
Wear inside heel and tongue.
Now, one of the things that you did that's better encapsulated, I believe, in your notes is that you took samples from both the heel and the tongue, correct?
Of both boots, yes.
Of both boots, right? So there was 4 areas that you sampled, the same place, the same 2 places in each boot. Thereabouts. Is that right?
So heel and tongue from one boot and heel and tongue from the other boot,
Yes.
and then I combined them both.
Right. Heel and tongue from both boots, you combined those and then you did your DNA analysis, correct?
That is correct.
And the DNA that you found belonged to Bill Cole, isn't that right?
The major contributor belonged to Bill Cole.
And anything else that was there was inconclusive, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And the result of that testing, that match is 1 in a number greater than the world's population. Isn't it?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 495 that I brought into evidence with Kenneth Isaac. If I could have a moment to speak with my team.
495.
Yes. It would be the crime scene note for Kenneth Isaac.
The collected crime scene notes that we've already introduced.
That's right.
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you, Special Agent.
You say you want those published to the jury. Did we already publish them to the jury?
We have not. I had asked that they be retained.
495. You got them, pass them around. Let the jury look at it for a second. Let them look at it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those notes aren't from Ken Isaac.
As you were, that's correct. They are from Melanie Carlisle. Thank you very much.
Is there something in particular you want them to focus on in that? Because there's several pages.
I believe it's page 4, Your Honor.
Page 4. Page 4 of those notes. The jury's looked at the notes. All right, Mr. Mills, you have redirect.
Yes, sir. Just a few follow-up questions.
This is not in the exhibit book, Judge. This is-
It looks to be a copy of Ken Isaac's, one of the pages of Ken Isaac's crime scene notes.
And you figured that out based, I believe, on the initials in the top left-hand corner?
That is correct.
And your initials appear in the bottom right-hand corner?
Correct.
That's where you reviewed it, correct?
That's where I put the page numbers and put a review on it, it's required to have my initials on those pages.
Is that a fair and accurate reflection of that particular page dealing with the clothes in the washer out of Kenneth Ice's crime scene notes as you reviewed and made a part of your overall notes?
It does look like one, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like that moved into this exhibit 496. Thank you, Judge.
And that is crime scene notes from who?
Kenneth Ice, Special Agent Kenneth Ice.
Okay. Let's be filed, 1096, it can be posted to the jury.
Yes, please. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. All right. Nothing further. Thank you, Special Agent.
Anything else from her?
No, Judge, he'll be in the courtroom whenever Mr. Easted's expert testifies. He's the DNA expert. I'd like to have
Yes, on this part of the order, I will let the district attorney's office know as soon as I hand in Ms. Winslow.
So does she need to leave and come back?
She can go. I'm fine for going to Knoxville and then giving them enough notice so that she can
It
be.
won't happen today,
I
No,
don't see it.
I don't foresee it happening
but
today.
you're gonna give her enough notice to get up there.
Yes.
That's certainly my intent.
When you're free to go, and just be prepared for it to come back.
Thank you.
Let's go back next, who's gonna be the next witness?
Gerald Ray.
Gerald Ray. Was he sworn with the other witnesses?
I think he was. Let's ask him. I'm pretty sure.
Sworn right this way, around on your. Agent Ray, were you sworn on Monday?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're under oath, then. Have a seat, get comfortable, speak up. Jury.
May I proceed? Sir, will you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Gerald Ray. I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Sir, how long have you been a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I started with TBI August 5th of 2019.
And do you have any other law enforcement experience beside that?
Prior to that, from 2009 to 2019, I worked at the Kingsport Police Department in the Patrol Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, and as part of the 2nd Judicial District Drug Task Force. And prior to that, in Ohio, from 2006 to 2009, I worked as a patrol officer.
Do you have experience in investigating crime scenes?
Yes, I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, where I obtained a certification as a certified crime scene investigator through them.
Don't think you did very much on the scene here, but do you have experience in investigating criminal homicides?
Yes, I do.
Sir, for those who may not know, just exactly what is a special agent with the TBI? What does that person do?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division. It's very similar to like a city or county detective, just on a state level. I work cases that range from theft and fraud all the way to homicide.
On April the 25th of 2022, did you receive a call about an incident that had occurred on Old Snaps Ferry Road in Greene County?
Yes, I did.
As a result of that call, sir, what did you do?
I was initially requested to go to the Johnson City TBI field office to get some equipment and then meet with officers and other agents that were already at Old Snaps Ferry Road.
Did you actually go to Old Snaps Ferry Road?
I did.
What do you see when you get there, sir? What do you do?
When I got there, I delivered the equipment that was requested and parked along the roadway. There were several police cars from various different agencies. I was briefed about what initial preliminary investigation of the scene had revealed.
How long were you out there, Agent Ray?
I would estimate half hour to an hour.
Did you do anything on the scene? Did you?
Other than being briefed about what the initial response to the scene was, I didn't do anything at the scene. I was requested to not transport, but there was 2 individuals that would be transported from the scene. I was requested to start interviews with those individuals.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned being brief, sir. Do you recall exactly who you spoke to?
One of the individuals I spoke to would have been Agent Blake Ketchern with TBI, and I'm sure there was other officers from Greene County and potentially other TBI agents in the vicinity.
The 2 suspects you mentioned, were they in custody?
They were detained by the sheriff's office. I do not believe I had any interaction or actually seen them at the scene
Do you know how they were transported to the sheriff's department?
by members of the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
So, sir, who do you talk to first at the sheriff's department?
Once we got to the sheriff's department, Jordan Allen was the first person that we talked to. But prior to talking to Mr. Allen, photographs were taken of Mr. Allen to document his what he was wearing and his physical description at the time.
Based on what you had been told, did you look at Mr. Allen as a suspect?
Mr. Allen was viewed as a witness.
And why was he being viewed as a witness?
The preliminary investigation from the 911 call was that Bill Cole had killed Sherry Cole and Jesse Allen with a hammer. And it was also relayed to me at the scene that Bill Cole had blood on the back of his pants.
So you knew about all that?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Before you do so, you mentioned you took some photographs of it.
Yes.
Can we look at those, please?
Yes, sir.
Let's go through them all. Let's start with 406, please. Would you please look at the photograph there behind you and tell us whether you can identify it, sir?
Yes, that's that picture I took of Jordan Allen at the sheriff's department.
Would you look at 407? Were you able to identify that photograph?
Yes, it's another picture I took of Jordan Allen.
And 408?
Another picture of Jordan Allen.
409?
A subsequent photograph of Jordan Allen.
410?
It's a photograph documenting the palms of his hand.
411?
It's an additional photograph documenting the palm of his other hand.
412?
A photograph depicting the backside of Jordan Allen.
413?
A photograph focusing on the backside of Jordan Allen to his pants and shoes.
414?
And an additional photograph of documenting the backside of Jordan Allen.
And 415?
A photograph documenting the backside of Jordan Allen focusing on his shirt.
You've been trained on what to look for on individuals involved in these types of accusations. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything about his person that caused you to have any concern about him?
I didn't see any type of defensive wounds or what we refer to as reddish brown stains, something we presume to be blood on Mr. Allen. There was nothing that stood out initially.
You didn't see a drop of blood on him anywhere that you could readily see.
That's correct.
Don't think there was anything on him. Is that?
Yes.
That's correct. So you spoke to Mr. Allen. After that, sir, what did you do?
Conducted an interview with Mr. Cole, Bill Cole.
Did you use what Mr. Allen had told you to talk to Mr. Cole?
Yes, I did.
Did you treat Mr. Cole the same way? Did you photograph his person
Yes, I photographed Mr. Cole in the same way that I photographed Jordan Allen prior to the interview. with
prior
Mr.
to the
Cole.
interview? Sir, what time was it when you talked to Mr. Allen?
Approximately 5 a.m.
5 a.m. You recall how long that interview was?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you know where you'd been prior to that interview?
I know now that he was at the scene, and when initial responding officers arrived, Mr. Allen was there. And a short time after the officers arrived, he was placed in the back of a Greene County Sheriff's Office vehicle.
I think he was in handcuffs, right?
Yes,
I want you to look at it. I'm sorry. All the photographs of Mr. Allen, are all those true and accurate as to what you yourself observed that morning?
yes,
Would you make those exhibits to your testimony?
yes.
Now let's go to Mr. Cole. You recall about what time it was when you spoke to Mr. Cole?
I believe the interview started at approximately 5:22 a.m.
Did you go right then to Mr. Cole after you spoke to Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir. Right after the interview with Mr. Allen ended, did the interview with Mr. Cole.
Okay. Let's look at, can we start with exhibit? I think it's 390. Are you able to identify that photograph, sir?
That's a photograph of Bill Cole at the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
Sir, you've seen all these photographs. Are you able to identify all of them?
Yes.
Can we go to 391?
It's a photograph documenting the backside of Bill Cole.
392,
A photograph focusing on the backside of Bill Cole, specifically a reddish brown stain at the bottom of his pant leg.
393,
An additional photograph of the reddish brown stain at the bottom of his pant leg.
as a trained investigator, did that concern you?
That blood being in that position was very concerning at the time.
At this point, did you have any reason not to doubt him as a prime suspect?
At that point, with the information that we had from the scene and with the blood evidence on him, he was the suspect.
Would you look at 394?
It's a photograph of Mr. Cole's hands.
Would you look at 395?
That photograph partially shows his hands, but it shows an additional reddish brown stain on his pant leg in the thigh area.
And would you look at 396?
That's an additional photograph of the reddish brown stain on his pant leg.
And 397?
It's a picture of his elbow where the injury that he said caused this blood stain on the front of his pants came from.
And I can't recall, did you collect Mr. Allen's clothes at this point or at that point of the day?
Jordan Allen's clothes were not collected. However, Bill Cole's clothing was collected.
Did you collect them at this point after the photographs were taken, or did you?
After the photographs were taken, the clothing was collected.
You spoke to Mr. Cole.
Yes, I did.
About how long did you speak to him?
The interview recording was about an hour and 41 minutes.
You had a lot of questions to ask him.
Yes.
Can you recall the types of questions that you asked him?
We asked Mr. Cole to account for his day, starting from the time that he got up. It was kind of a rundown of everything that he did that day up until the point where police arrived at his house.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes, he did.
You cover everything with him. You had seen blood on him. You saw blood on the bottom of his pants, on the front of his pants. Looked like you were taking a picture of his elbow. Did you ask him about all those observations that you had?
At some point during the interviews we conducted with him, specific questions were asked about the blood on the bottom of his pants and how the blood got on the front of his pants.
You asked him about the crime scene.
Yes, I did.
Ask him about Jordan Allen.
Yes.
Ask him about Jesse Allen.
Yes, sir.
You ask him about Shirley Cole.
Yes.
Any hesitation in answering any question?
No hesitation.
Was he cooperative?
He was very cooperative and forthcoming. He volunteered a DNA standard. When questioned if he'd be willing to take a polygraph test, he said he was willing to do anything and maintained his innocence.
So that interview lasted what, approximately? I forgot what you said.
The recording was an hour and 41 minutes.
So what did you do at that point?
At that point, I was notified that a search warrant had been obtained to go onto the property. So as our violent crime response team was processing the crime scene, I wanted to go out to the scene to be able to get a visual representation of what Jordan Allen and Bill Cole were explaining to me. So there was talk about him being in certain portions of the property and mentioning a hill. So I wanted to be able to get a visual representation to kind of view what they were talking about and test that against their statement to see if what they were telling me made sense with the physical evidence at the scene.
I don't want to skip anything. I don't want to go out of order. Did you say you took Mr. Cole's clothes before you interviewed him?
Yes.
What was he put in, or what kind of clothes did he have on?
The clothing his clothing was packaged as evidence, and then he was issued I guess, for lack of better terms, one of the jumpsuits from the jail, a jail uniform.
Were those clothes sealed up, placed into evidence there at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
So you took some photographs of him in the jail outfit, stripes.
Yes.
Can we look at those, please? I don't want to miss
Yes.
anything. Can we look at 398, Ms. Allen?
That's an additional photograph of Bill Cole documenting the backside of his hands.
You let him keep his cigarettes, I see.
Yes.
Can you look at 399, please?
It's a photograph to document the palm of Bill Cole's hands,
And 400,
documenting the other palm of Bill Cole's hands.
401,
It's the backside of one of Bill Cole's hands,
and 402.
and a close up of the backside of the other one, Bill Cole's hands.
Did you see, was there anything about what he said that brought into question any of these, the things you were seeing that you're documenting?
Can you clarify that?
Well, you took these pictures though, and then you spent an hour, and almost 2 hours with him.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything that would have caused you to question the things that you had saw? The blood on the pants, the blood on the front of his pants?
At this point, I was still very concerned with the blood on the pants, and that's one reason for going out to the scene to see if there would be anything that could
Sure.
substantiate his claims.
Did you see any wounds about his hands? You took several pictures of his hands.
I didn't see any type of defensive wounds or any wounds on his hands.
Didn't see any blood or that you could see.
Correct.
I'm sorry I almost forgot those. Forgive me. So at this point, you speak to him and tell us again at that point, sir, exactly what you did after you concluded that interview.
After I concluded that interview, I went out to the crime scene to do what we call a walkthrough of the crime scene.
And you used all the information Mr. Cole had provided to you as well as what Mr. Allen had said.
Yes.
Sir, what did you do after you walked the crime scene?
After walking the crime scene, I was notified by some members of the violent crime response team that a pair of lace-up style work boots were found in a bedroom that was presumed to be Jordan Allen's bedroom at the time, and that those boots had blood on, what was believed to be blood on the outside of them.
Are you getting updates from the violent crime response team throughout all of this, or?
And sporadically, I'm getting updates as if something was found that they thought would be significant to help with the interviews, then I was being notified.
And was someone assisting you with all these interviews?
Captain Jeff Davis with the Sheriff's Department was assisting, and then after the initial interview with Jordan Allen and Bill Cole, Agent Blake Ketchrin sat in on the subsequent interviews.
So what happens after you go to the scene, sir?
After I leave the scene, come back to the sheriff's office, and we conduct a in-depth interview with Jordan Allen.
You didn't Mirandize him the first time.
I did not.
Did you Mirandize him this time?
I did.
Did you go over with him what that meant?
Yes, I read the form to him, explained it to him, and he acknowledged that he understood the form and was aware of his rights.
Do you have any concern that he didn't understand anything you were saying to him or anything that he was reading?
I did not.
Would you look at Exhibit 426? Are you able to identify and explain that exhibit?
That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's warning as to constitutional rights form. That's the form that I read to Jordan Allen before the second interview with him.
All those photographs that we looked at, they are true and accurate, is what you saw.
Yes.
Did you make those exhibits your testimony in case you haven't already?
Yes.
Oh. So you read this form to him, you give him the opportunity to read this form.
Yes, he was given the opportunity to look over the form, and he acknowledged that he was aware of his rights and understood and was willing to talk with him.
Do you have any questions about the form?
The only question I specifically recall him asking is if he had to actually sign it in cursive writing or just write out his name.
Sir, do you recall what Mr. Allen said to you during this interview?
During this interview, we questioned him similar to what we did with Bill Cole, wanted to know where he was at for the entire day, all the way up until from the time he got up until the time law enforcement arrived.
And did he answer your questions?
He did.
Well, you know what? I could ask you a zillion questions about this interview. I think we should just play it. 426, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
And can we put up 427 for N1? Sir, that disc, have you listened to the contents of that disc, the audio that's on those discs?
Yes, I
That's
have.
on that disc.
Is this audio and video?
This is just audio.
Audio.
Have you listened to that, and is it accurate as to what you yourself heard that day?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Agent Ray, sir, can you tell us what time it was when you interviewed him, or can you tell us what time it was when that interview started?
The interview we just listened to started approximately 10:50 a.m.
Sir, it sounded like from that interview, you showed him a copy of a pair of boots. Is that right?
There was a photograph of the boots that were found in his bedroom that were shown to him during that interview.
Can we look at 174 right quick, please, ma'am? Agent Ray, when that gets up there, are you able to identify that photograph?
That's the boots that were found in Jordan Allen's bedroom and the boots that were mentioned in the interview.
You had, sir, did you have several different angles of that photograph, or is that the one you showed him?
The actual photograph I showed Mr. Allen, I took a picture with my cell phone of the violent crime response team's camera from the scene to show him. So it was a picture on the phone. It was a picture of a picture.
Does that accurately portray, though, what you showed him?
Yes.
Would you make that exhibit your testimony?
Yes.
Now, you were aware of the Little Caesars receipt, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm that he actually went through Little Caesars?
There's video surveillance from Little Caesars.
Would you look at exhibit 416? Are you able to identify that, sir?
That's a photograph of the video surveillance from Little Caesars depicting the black Ford Ranger.
Sir, how was it you were able to obtain that?
Agent Lowe from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation physically went to Little Caesars to obtain that.
Stephen Lowe,
Yes.
does that have a, sir, I don't know if you can see it, but does that have a timestamp on it?
It says April 24th, 2022, and 21:26 hours.
And were you able to confirm the trip to Walmart?
Yes.
April, we check 417, please. Excuse me, not that one. Next one. Yes. Don't put it up. Yeah, that's it. Yes. Well, you don't put it up. That's fine. Be able to identify that, sir?
That's a transaction receipt from Walmart. It shows that earphones or headphones were purchased for $1 on April 24th, 2022, at approximately 22:35 hours.
And sir, how did you get that information?
Stephen Lowe, Agent Stephen Lowe with TBI went to Walmart.
So Mr. Allen's being truthful about both of those. Is that
Yes, about a trip to Little Caesars in Walmart.
now? Sir, did you also look into the existence of any video at the marathon off the Georgetown Road?
Yes, that was obtained in the days following Jordan's statement.
Would you look at exhibit 2-1? Tell us whether you can identify that.
That's a disc that contains still photograph shots from the marathon's video surveillance.
Did you get the video from the marathon?
I
Or
personally
did you receive it?
I did.
Would you please tell us how you got it, sir?
Special Agent Emily Duran with the TBI went and got that video.
Did you then review that video and capture some still shots from that video surveillance?
Yes.
Can we go through some photographs, please?
Yes, sir.
There's several, but we'll go quick. Can we start with 2:2? These are all Koreans. Sir, are you able to identify these photographs?
That's an exterior shot of the Marathon gas station's video surveillance.
Let's go to 2-3.
It's another exterior shot of the Marathon.
2-4.
It's another exterior shot of the Marathon.
And sir, if you've got that laser, if you would just, sir, if it helps you get it at all.
Okay.
2-5. Sorry, I went out of order on that one. Can we go to 2-6?
That's another exterior vantage point of the Marathon gas station, but it's a different video.
2-7.
It's a subsequent exterior shot of the video surveillance.
Were you trying to walk him into the store, Special Agent Ray?
Yes.
2-8.
That's the interior video surveillance, and there's Jordan Allen.
2-10.
It's the same camera, just a different viewpoint of Mr. Allen walking through the store.
Sir, do you know who the gentleman is that's in front of him?
I believe that's one of the Broadwaters. I don't recall if it's Brian or Roger Broadwater.
We go to 211.
So another shot depicting what Jordan Allen's wearing inside the marathon.
Can we go to 219?
So another image of Jordan Allen inside the marathon.
Can we go to 2:22?
So another video from the interior.
23.
Another photograph of the interior of marathon.
Sir, does that appear to be the same boots that we just saw?
Those appear to be the same boots that were found in his bedroom that Jordan Allen admitted to wearing.
2:26.
So another photograph of Jordan Allen inside the marathon.
28.
That's inside the marathon. It's a different vantage point that shows Jordan Allen up near the counter.
36.
Jordan Allen inside the store. That's another vantage point to show the clothing that he's wearing.
38.
Another video or another picture of the video from inside.
And 42.
Jordan Allen inside the marathon gas station.
And sir, are all those time stamped with, or date stamped with the date of April 24th?
Yes.
All right. You speak to Mr. Allen.
You want to introduce us, right?
Yes, sir, those are all true and accurate as to what you yourself observed.
Yes.
To make those exhibits your testimony. Thank you. So you talked to Mr. Allen that morning on the 24th. At the conclusion of that interview, did you have any anticipation of speaking to him again?
At that time, I did not. And the only way that I potentially anticipated speaking with him is after speaking with Mr. Cole, if new information was developed that would necessitate us talking to Mr. Allen again. But at the conclusion of that interview, I didn't think that we'd be talking to him again.
Did you still consider him to be a witness rather than a suspect?
Yes.
Sir, what did you do at the conclusion of this interview?
After interviewing Jordan, we had Mr. Cole brought to an interview room and interviewed Mr. Cole.
Did you question Mr. Cole using the information Mr. Allen had provided you?
Yes, I did.
You also received information from the scene as items were uncovered or discovered.
Yes, and I was using my visual observations from the scene to assist me in the second interview of Bill Cole.
Did you get with Mr. Cole pretty good? Did you question him hard about the blood on his pants?
Question
at the
him
bottom
hard.
of his pants.
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain Mr. Cole's socks?
Through the course of that interview with Mr. Cole, we did obtain his socks.
How'd you obtain those?
As I was questioning Mr. Cole as to what happened, I let him know that it was very concerning, the blood stain on the bottom of his pant leg, and it did not make sense that he would, based off my observations at the scene and the blood that was in the yard and near the Bronco, I didn't feel there was enough volume of blood to cause a stain like that on the back of his pants. And that's when we had learned that Mr. Cole was not wearing shoes during one of the trips he made from the house out to the Bronco to look for his cell phone. And then he raised his foot up and showed us that the bottom of his sock also had a reddish brown stain on it.
Did Mr. Cole volunteer you that?
He did.
Now, earlier you had taken his clothes. At that time, sir, did you take the boots he had on?
His boots were collected too.
Did they? Was there anything about those boots that caused you any concern?
Nothing initially, and that was another thing that led me to be concerned about the blood on the back of his pants. I had thought that there should be subsequent blood on the back of the shoe there too, and I didn't see any of that.
Can we look at Exhibit 403, please? Please tell the members of the jury if you can identify that photograph.
Those are the socks that were recovered from Bill Cole during his second interview.
Can we look at 404, please?
That's the sock, and specifically the blood on the bottom of the sock.
Sir, do you recall which sock that was?
It was the same sock. It corresponded with the pant leg that had the blood on the back of it.
You saw it while it was on his foot.
Yes.
405.
That's Mr. Cole's other sock that does not appear to have any blood on it.
Sir, are all those photographs true and accurate as what you yourself observed?
Yes.
Did you make those exhibits to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about how long that second interview was with Mr. Cole?
Approximately an hour.
Did you go over Did you ask him each and every question concerning the information as it relates to what you had learned from Mr. Allen, as well as what you knew that had been uncovered from the scene?
Yes.
And were you still receiving information?
Towards the end of the interview with Bill Paul, or shortly after the interview with Bill, the second one ended, I did receive information from the crime scene that a hammer had been located inside the bedroom of Jordan Allen.
So what'd you do at that point, sir?
At that point, we decided we needed to conduct another interview with Jordan Allen.
What time was that?
I would approximately 2:30 p.m.
Approximately 2:25. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
Would you, Miss Allen, now were the same people present for this interview?
Yes, it was
By
Captain.
yourself, or
It was Captain Jeff Davis, Special Agent Blake Ketcher, and myself.
did you record this interview like you did the last one?
Yes.
Did you look at exhibit 428 for N1? Please tell the members of the jury whether you can identify that exhibit.
That's a disc that contains the audio recording of the third statement from Jordan Allen.
Judge, at this point, can we play that statement? Can we, I don't know if Miss Allen needs to, we've got transcripts, Your Honor, that we can pass out like we did last time.
Transcripts are not evidence. Somebody listen to it, it's just an aid to help you, just like if you have some kind of headphone or something, it's an aid. The actual evidence is the recording.
Should be one for the judge, too.
You have this one, you're able to trace that.
We have to rule something. I've got another. I've got another.
Ready to start? Make sure you have, you stay up there.
That was what they had. It is not about that's it. That is happening. Yes, that's right. I don't have one side. I'll try and do that. How many times? Where? Where we go with that?
I don't know, guys. Like, I can't hear nothing again. So y'all let me know. Is we gonna we listening to this? Because I can't hear nothing. Thank you so much, Christian, for the gifted memberships, guys. You know, if you receive one of those gifted memberships, please say thank you. Even if you're on the replay crew, because I know I'll be looking in the comments. I know we need to skip past this because like this is gonna irritate my soul. We need the transcripts immediately. Like, we need transcripts. I need to see if I can go into the court system and get transcripts. This is crazy. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to go past this. Let's get past this. I was trying to see if there was another stream where I could get it, but I'm assuming it's probably terrible all over.
Mr. Allen is asked about his pawpaw. He's asked the question, about why he didn't kill him. And there's Mr. Ketron says, or he asked, has he been good to you? You could not hear a response. Did he give any kind of reaction when that
He
question?
shook his head up and
Shook his
down,
head, yes.
indicating yes.
Did you make that statement and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Every photograph you looked at, every exhibit, did you make all those exhibits to your testimony in case I missed something?
Yes.
Sir, did you, the items that you took from Bill Cole, including his buccal swabs and those swabs that are referenced that Miss Emily Duran comes in and takes of Mr. Allen, did you transport those items as evidence?
The evidence that was initially collected was secured at the Greene County Sheriff's Office. And in the days following this incident, I transported it from the Sheriff's Office to the TBI office in Johnson City.
Are you able to identify that document, sir? Because I don't think that's in the book, but that covers the, sir, that covers the chain of custody as to those items. Sir, can you identify that document?
This is a Greene County Sheriff's Department evidence log noting that the buccal swabs from Bill Cole, Bill Cole's boots, his shirt, his pants and belt, and then buccal swabs from Jordan Allen were all secured as evidence. And then the chain of custody down here shows that on May 5th, I transported them to Johnson City.
And were those items later taken to the TBI lab?
Yes, for forensic testing.
Special Agent Ray, thank you. Answer any questions, Mr. Eastep? Yes, sir. Judge, if I didn't, sir, did I ask you if you'd make that up? If you'd make that, it's not in the book. We need to mark that. It's just a chain of custody law, and I think there's been a stipulation to that prior.
It's not listed on anywhere. I'll make it $4.99. You give it $4.99 chain of custody law.
Special Agent Ray, TBI has a certain certain set of standard operating procedures, doesn't it?
Yes,
One of those standards is the TBI investigative report. Isn't that right?
yes,
The investigative report is a document that, as the lead investigator, you're responsible for. Is that right?
essentially, whoever completes the action generally will complete a report.
When I say that it's your responsibility, any special agent that's working the case can add to it, correct?
Yes,
But you will have reviewed it all, would you not?
the lead agent typically would review all the paperwork within the file.
And you're the lead agent.
I am not.
Okay, so is it shared with Captain Davis as the lead prosecutor in this case?
As far as TBI's role, Special Agent Blake Ketchern was what we refer to as the case agent or the lead agent on the case.
But you reviewed some of those things. Some of those things you just testified in your direct examination that Blake Ketchern had done, correct?
Yes,
So you have an awareness of what all is in the case file for the TBI.
yes.
Now, talk a little bit about your background and training on direct examination. When you went to the TBI, you had to go through a whole other school. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Despite the fact that you'd worked for 2 other law enforcement agencies prior.
yes. I went through the TBI Agents Academy.
And in that, care if I call it boot camp. All right, so in that particular boot camp, you learn evidence collection techniques, correct?
Yes,
Of course, you'd had some of that as a CID in Kingsport, I imagine.
yes, sir.
And then interrogation techniques. Is that right?
Yeah, there's interviewing and interrogations.
Okay. And you have annual training on these things every year after you graduated from that boot camp. Is that right?
There's the TBI's role is a little bit different than Kingsport. Kingsport, you have an annual in-service every year. TBI doesn't per se have an annual in-service, but you do go to trainings that you seek out or specific trainings that are put on, but it's not the same as like
Things that are available and fits your schedule, you have the opportunity to go.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time of this case, you had never been formally trained in the Reed investigation technique. Is that right?
Correct.
What about cognitive interviewing?
Through the TBI Agents Academy, we had a block of cognitive interviewing,
A block, a couple of hours,
a couple days.
a couple of days. And are you aware how long that training is in completion if you attended a specific school for that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And I'd say a part of your training is that if you find something that is inconsistent with evidence that you have or the theory that you're working, that you follow up on it. Is that right? You would investigate.
Yes, sir.
And so on direct examination, you talked about how Special Agent Ketchern was at the scene when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Special Agent Ketchern and Greene County Sheriff's Department are the people that debriefed you.
Yes.
And from that, in your direct testimony, you were aware that Bill Cole had RBS on the back of his pants leg.
Yes.
Did Bill Carr show you the photograph that he had taken from the scene that had that on there? Or did they just tell you?
I don't recall specifically if he did or not.
But you know who I'm talking about. He's a sheriff's deputy, correct?
Yes.
In that briefing, I would imagine you were told about all the different civilians that were on the scene at your arrival.
Yes.
You were informed that Jordan was in a cruiser on your arrival. He was in the back of Deputy Frank Cedillo's cruiser, to be specific.
I knew that I was told that he was in the back of a cruiser or detained.
You testified on direct that he was not under arrest. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But he was in the back of a cruiser.
Yes.
He was in handcuffs,
I was not aware he was in handcuffs initially.
but you learned that he was in handcuffs when you
Took
saw
them
him in
off
the, exactly, you took them off of it. Okay, so he was in a cruiser, in handcuffs, and had been there since 12:05 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in your time in Kingsport, were you a road officer at any time?
Yes, for 3 or 4 years.
If you're in the back seat of a cruiser, you can't unlock the doors, can you?
You cannot.
You were also aware, based off your conversation with Jordan Allen, that he had been, that he had went somewhere with Brian Broadwater earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
They were going to do a pressure washing job.
Yes.
And what we listened to, these recordings, they were taken from a voice recorder. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was in the Greene County Sheriff Department offices.
Yes.
And Captain Jeff Davis was present.
Yes.
And did he have a cell phone?
I
Are you
believe-
aware?
I believe he does, yes.
Was there a laptop computer in the interview room?
I know they have desktops on. I don't know if there was a laptop in there or not.
Do you have a government issued phone?
I do.
Is it equipped with a camera?
Yes, it's an iPhone.
Do you have a government issued laptop?
Yes, I do.
Does it have a camera on it?
Yes.
Blake Ketchern shows up during these interviews, is that right?
Yes.
And he has a government issued laptop, doesn't he?
Yes.
He also has a government issued cell phone,
Yes.
both equipped with a camera.
Yes.
And no video was taken of any of these interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Now, there are several investigative questions that were asked that, as we go through this, that I'll have to make sure that I've got them right, okay? And so one of those is, let's go to Jordan's second statement, the first statement that we listened to here today, okay?
Okay.
So you tell him that we just want to make sure that we do everything right and by the book. That's what you said, is that right?
Yes.
And certainly that was your intention. You went out there to investigate this case the way that you had been trained, isn't that right?
Yes.
And one purpose of this interrogation is to get statements from an individual to see if you can corroborate them to some other evidence, whether it be physical evidence or something like that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Corroboration helps you identify when someone is telling the truth, doesn't it?
It does.
And when the subject tells you something that the physical evidence tells you can't be true, that draws your attention, doesn't it?
Yes.
That makes you curious whether or not they've told you the truth or not, I imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's set the stage. So Jordan Allen had gotten up sometime around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning on April the 24th of 2022 to go do this pressure washing job with Ryan Broadwater. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he's detained at 12:05, which we've already established. That's about 15 hours, if my math is right, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry to put you on the spot. All right, so, and then it's another 5 hours until he's taken to the Greene County Detention Center, and that's at 5 a.m. Is that the first conversation you had with him?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at that particular point, Jordan Allen has been awake for 20 hours.
Yes.
And you understand or know that he did not interact or make any statements to any other law enforcement while on the scene. Isn't that right?
To my knowledge, he did not.
Now, you talked about, I want to clarify something. You talked in between the interviews, there were some conversations about the receipts and the videos. Okay, so that's where I'm trying to focus your attention just right now. But you didn't have those receipts or those videos in between any of these interrogations or conversations with Bill Cole or Jordan Allen. You didn't have the benefit of that, did you?
I don't believe we had obtained those yet.
Those were all after the fact.
I believe so.
And so there were several things that you were able to corroborate that Jordan told you in that second statement. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And so one was going to do the pressure washing job with Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
That was corroborated by the marathon video, the still shots that we saw. Correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure you looked over Agent Ketchern's interview with Brian Broadwater, correct?
Yes.
I believe that's IR 6. So you've seen that statement
Yes.
that Jordan and his grandfather both told you that they had fixed the brakes on the black truck
Yeah, they both said that.
and that they had worked on the U-joint of the Bronco,
Yes.
which was corroborated by all those tools being up there by the Bronco and the drive shaft laying out of it. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Jordan about the clothes that he was wearing that day, he told you he had on his pull-on cowboy boots. Isn't that right? At some point of the day.
I believe that's what he said.
Excuse me.
I believe he said that he had the pull-on cowboy boots on.
And those boots were found in the back of the black Ford Ranger, isn't that right?
Yes.
And of course, Jordan told you where the bodies were, correct?
I don't recall him specifically telling us, but he led others to the location of the body.
Well, in his statement to Brian Broadwater, he told Brian that the bodies were behind the corner of the house. Does that sound right to you? Is that refresh
Yes.
your memory? Okay. And he'd also told you that in the first statement, the first conversation you had with him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he admitted to you that seeing all this messed him up. Isn't that right?
I believe he said something along those lines.
At the 15-minute and 54-second mark, he says, I wasn't thinking too good. Messed me up. Remember that?
Yes.
And Jordan told you that he found his papaw's phone in the black truck. Isn't that correct?
He said in the black truck, and then in a subsequent interview, he said he got it from the house.
That's right. On the third interview, he tells you that he got it from the house, correct?
Yes.
All right. But in the first and second, it was in the black truck.
Correct.
Now, you interviewed Jordan Allen, right?
Yes.
Bill Cole
Yes.
and Romaine Williams.
Yes.
And in that conversation with Romaine Williams, you learned a slightly different version of that. Did you follow up on it?
Can you be more specific?
I absolutely can. As part of your investigation with Romaine Williams, you learned that the phone was in the black truck. Did you not?
I knew it was in the black truck because Jordan answered it, and he was in the black truck.
But you'd heard it from someone other than Jordan that it was in the black truck.
I think I would have had to have learned that based off of Romaine making the telephone call to him while he was in the black truck.
Do you remember whether or not Romaine Williams told you that Bill said he knew his phone was in the black truck?
I don't recall that specific statement. She could have said that, but I don't specifically recall that right now.
In the course of the interview with Jordan, let's go back to those, okay?
Okay.
He told you that he called Chance Morrell, correct?
Yes.
You corroborated that did in fact happen.
Yeah, that was corroborated. Yes.
That's how he got Brian Broadwater's phone number,
Yes.
and that's who he called next.
Yes, sir.
And all of those things were corroborated, weren't they?
Yes.
Jordan told you that he didn't tell Brian what had happened until they got to Brian Broadwater's home. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's also what Mr. Broadwater said in his statement that you reviewed in hour 6, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, Jordan had told you that when Brian Broadwater picked him up at the Old Snaps Ferry Road address, that he saw Bill, correct?
Yes, in the driveway.
And Brian Broadwater corroborated that fact in his statement in hour 6, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that both gentlemen, Jordan Allen and Brian Broadwater, said that Bill waved. Isn't that right?
I believe so.
And in that second interview, we heard Jordan talking about his grandmother possibly having some Alzheimer's issues,
Yes.
correct? And that Jordan said that she nagged a lot. That's what he said, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so when you questioned Bill, he somewhat corroborated that, saying that she was real nervy and also talked about the fact that she had maybe had the Alzheimer's. Is that right?
Yes, and I believe he said she may have had a stroke at some point.
That's right. She did. Jordan told you that Bill had been drinking that day, had he not?
Yes.
And Bill admitted to that fact as well.
Yes, sir.
And that certainly was corroborated by the 12-pack that was in the front seat of the Bronco, right?
Yes.
Beer bottles that were outside the driver's side of the Bronco,
Yes, sir.
and all the ones in the house.
Yes.
Now, let's go to Jordan's third statement.
Okay.
So At the 18-second mark, right out of the gate, you tell Jordan that each time I've talked to you, I've said one thing. We just want the truth. It's pretty close to what he said.
Yes.
And then you immediately confront him with the statements of Brian, Romaine, and Bill Cole. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that you know what happened. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you tell Jordan is that he had asked Brian to lie. Do you remember saying that?
I don't specifically recall that.
We'll come back to it. It's in here.
Okay.
But you didn't tell him what those statements were. You didn't like read Brian Broadwater's statement to him, did you?
No, we didn't reveal specific details of anyone's statement to anybody else.
And that includes Romaine or Bill's statements, correct?
Correct.
Could you bring that mic over? I'm just,
Yes.
for my benefit, I appreciate it. Thank you. And again, you tell him you want the truth. It's time to tell the truth. Remember that?
Yes.
You're going to tell like right now, it's time. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And Jordan responded, what I have been telling you. And your response was the truth, Jordan. Remember that?
Yes.
And it's that particular time that you confront him with the bloody boots. Is that right?
He was confronted with the bloody boots in the second interview, not the third.
Okay.
The boots may have been mentioned in the third interview too, but the specific confrontation was in the second.
Well, let's go, before we get into those boots, let's jump back to the second statement.
Okay.
All right. So at the 24-minute and 48-second mark, you're probing Jordan about footwear. You're asking him what kind of shoes he wears, what kind of shoes his papa wears. You remember that?
Yes.
And you ask him specifically about the steel-toed boots, don't you?
I asked him specifically what shoes he wears, and I believe he offered that he has steel-toe boots.
And he said that papa couldn't wear those, didn't he?
Yes.
So in the third statement, jumping back, in the first minute, 24 seconds, Jordan is asked, what did we find in your room? And he answered boots,
Yes.
just like he did in the second statement, right?
Yes.
But you didn't have the lab results back. You didn't have the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you?
I did not.
That doesn't come about until July 1st, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And it was entered into the TBI investigative report, I believe, on July the 6th. Isn't that correct?
That sounds correct.
Right after that, at a minute and 30 seconds, you ask him, what else did we find in your room? And he replied, that should be it. Correct?
Yes.
And then the follow-up is, you're lying. You're not very good at it. Remember that?
Yes. Agent Ketron said that.
Yes, sir. To which the follow-up from Special Agent Ketron, I believe this was you, it said, do you want to help yourself? You remember saying that?
I believe that was Agent Ketron.
Thank you. It's somewhat hard to tell you guys apart on the recording. And then at 2 minutes and 11, that's when it's asked, what else did we find in your room other than the boots? And then that's when he replied, the hammer.
The hammer.
And you asked him where he put it. And his reply was, on the table or the dresser. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the immediate follow-up from you after he gives the wrong location of the hammer and found in his room, you tell him that you appreciate him telling us the truth. That's what you told him, right?
Yes.
So let's go back. Now I have the exhibit for Mr. Allen's third statement, please. Four 28. Yes, can I get can I have the collective exhibit of the transcripts real quick, please? Third, please. So at the 10-minute, 40-second mark, Jordan had just asked, excuse me, let me back up. So Special Agent Ketchum is asking him, what made you pick the hammer? Remember that?
Yes.
And so he says, it's the only thing I knew. It's just quick. That was it. That was Jordan's response.
Yes, sir.
And then your response was, is that why you told Brian a lie about Papa doing it with something like a hammer?
Yes.
Now, Jordan doesn't ever get an opportunity to answer that question. There's quite a bit of dialogue there from you. And then Special Agent Kettering comes in. At some particular point, the next thing that you tell him is that you want to see him get help. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Special Agent Ray, I'd like to draw your attention to TBI Investigative Report IR number 54. This is not, no exhibit. You recognize that document?
I do.
You want to take a second to refresh your recollection? I know I'm just springing it on you.
I recall it.
Okay. Based on that interview was on July the 1st, I believe. Is that right?
It says activity date is July 6th and the report date is July 12th.
Okay. And so out of what was learned in that part of your investigation, did you follow up on anything?
I'm not seeing anything that jumps out that I've specifically followed up on.
If I could retrieve that. All right. In the second interview, when you talk about how the TBI's CSI team is going to know what happened after their analysis, that's an interrogation technique, is it not? You're confronting the subject of the interrogation that we're going to know based on science what's happened at the scene. You're trying to get them to tell you the truth. That's what that is, right?
Yes.
And as we've established, the lab, that doesn't come back until 3 months later, correct?
Correct.
Which is pretty fast, but I believe that there was a request to expedite that testing. Isn't that right?
If it came back in 3 months, I would think that it would have been expedited. It's usually a longer turnaround than that.
And in that second interview, after Jordan retells the facts, he does that a couple of times in that second statement, doesn't he?
Yes.
You confront Jordan, and I'm going to quote you here. It says, it'll be your story. It'll be his story. You're talking about Bill. And also the story, correct?
That sounds correct.
And that's when you start going into, a little later, actually, about a minute later, you go into explaining to him that they're looking for DNA, they're looking for fibers, all kinds of analysis that can be done. You remember all of those statements, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you did get the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you go back out and re-interview Bill Cole?
I do not.
Multiple times in all 3 conversations that you had with Jordan Allen, you told him the CSI was going to tell you who. Did you not?
That's not correct. That was not mentioned in the first interview.
Excuse me. So, but in the second and the third interview, you make that statement multiple times, correct?
Yes, it's made.
All right, let's talk about Jordan's first statement. As you testified, despite the fact that he was in a cruiser, handcuffed, and had been for 5 hours, he was a witness only at this particular point, correct?
Yes.
You were able to corroborate the story about Little Caesars, which we talked about, but he also told you about the fact that he tried to eat that pizza and threw up, didn't he?
I don't specifically recall him saying that to me. He could have, though.
But he was housed in the Greene County workhouse after that first interview, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you recall that Jordan was told that he wasn't going to stay the night in the jail, isn't that right?
Yeah, that he was not going to stay the night at the Greene County Jail, correct?
But he did. But so things changed, but that statement was made to him that he wasn't going to stay in the Greene County Jail in that first conversation. And to be fair, things changed and he was no longer a witness and became a suspect, right? I'm just establishing that statement was made, not trying to, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it was just a statement that was made.
Yes.
In that first interview, you told Jordan that there were people who specialized in interviewing people who aren't adults, juveniles, teenagers. That was your statement. You remember that?
Yes.
And at the 12:27 mark, you said, and I'm quoting here, that they're probably better than Jeff and I, a lot better doing this stuff in this specific situation. That's what you told me, correct?
Correct.
And you were alluding to a child advocacy center, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those folks have a specific forensic interviewer trained to interview children, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've dealt with these types of cases that have had CAC interviews, I'm sure, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the interview room is laid out?
Yes.
There's usually 2 chairs in that particular room, depending on which CAC you're in, I'm guessing.
Yes.
There's a one-way mirror, or I guess it's 2-way, maybe how it's the right vernacular there. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a drawing board in case, depending on the age of the child, if they want to draw something that the interviewer is trying to get them to talk about, right?
Yes.
And part of that's because the child's brain just isn't quite fully developed, right? There's for the CAC part, that there's people that are just trained to deal with that aspect of interviewing juveniles, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, you testified previously in this case, correct?
I have.
All right, and as you previously testified, you received a call around 5:41 a.m., correct?
I was already conducting interviews by 5:41 a.m.
Correct. This is after Jordan's, the first interview you had with Jordan, somewhere, I'm imagining between Bill's statement and Jordan's second statement, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but I believe at 5:41 I would have been interviewing Bill because his first interview was an hour and 41 minutes and it started at like 5:25 a.m.
Well, you had an interview, you had a phone call, and after that, the Child Advocacy Center, that was no longer in play, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of Bill's statements. Some of it has been mentioned before. You've not had an opportunity to hear that, but you were asked on direct that you questioned him hard. That's something that was asked of you, and you replied yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in Bill's first statement, he tells you, I believe it's 3 different times that he only drove the Honda to Romaine's house. Isn't that right? Or maybe the 3 trips to Romaine's house, he only drove the Honda. Isn't
Yeah.
that right?
In his initial interview, he said the Honda.
And to be fair, in his second statement, he tells you otherwise. Isn't that right?
Yeah, he says he got into a truck. Now, I'm not quite sure if he made it to their house in the truck. There was some confusion there. He may have turned around early, but he did say that he did try to get into not the Black Ranger truck, but an F-150.
Great.
That
F-150.
was on property, yes.
And Bill had about 6 hours since that first statement until he told you about the gray truck in the second statement. Isn't that right?
That sounds about right.
Be patient with me, Special Agent Ray. I'm trying not to cover ground that we've already covered, trying to do my best to expedite some things. Doesn't always come out the way you think it will. Now, in this hard questioning, Bill was confronted with all the similar facts that you were given to Jordan. Is that right?
That's correct.
And does it sound fair here? I counted it about 55 times. He told you he didn't know that it wouldn't be him. Does it sound close?
That sounds right.
Did you have an opportunity in the review of this case to review any of the walkthrough videos that were done by the CSI team?
I believe I have seen some of those videos.
You remember seeing a purse on the bed in bedroom number 1?
I would have to specifically view a photograph or look at the video. I don't recall that.
I understand. That's a perfectly good answer. Give me just 1 second. Early on, I asked you, whenever you found out new information, you would follow up on it as part of your training, right?
Yes, sir.
And so some of that information called you to reach out to a former instructor from the TBI, isn't that right? Didn't work for the TBI specifically, but had come and done a training. You reached out to him, isn't that right?
Are you referring to the interview and interrogation gentleman?
Yes.
Yes.
Keith Zupek, does that sound familiar?
Yes, I reached out to another agent who had a contact with him, who in turn got us talking.
And Mr. Zupek does trainings and interrogations, right?
Yes,
And he also does some false confession work, doesn't he?
I believe so.
Now, based on that conversation, no action was taken. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. I think we're pretty close. Give me just a second to double check, make sure I haven't missed anything.
Special Agent Ray.
I don't have any regret for this group.
Your Honor, Mr. Ray is under the defense subpoena, and there is a small likelihood that I'll need him to case change, so you'll step outside.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back, and you have your next witness ready to be sworn immediately.
You raised your right hand on Monday.
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell them just what you remember.
Uh,
Do you plan on doing that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Just what you remember, Bill. I
That's
don't
what I
care what
remember.
you've said before, the truth.
What I said before is what
Let's just get with it, Bill.
you want me?
Sir, you're Bill Cole.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Just Bill.
just Bill. Bill, do you know Jordan Allen?
Yes, sir. My grandson.
Who is Jordan to you?
He's my grandson.
Bill, how long has, is that your, is Jordan your daughter's, son?
Yes.
Bill, what's your daughter's name?
Jeanette Cole.
Jeanette,
Jeanette. I call her Nettie.
Nettie. Bill, how long have you had, as of April of 22, April 24th of 2022, was Jordan living with you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, how long have he been living with you?
About 3 years.
Have he been with you any prior to that?
I off and on his whole life. I mean, yeah.
Uh,
A month or 2 years, 6 months, or, you know, just off and on.
Bill, why was he with you?
His daddy brought him up there, dropped him off, said he wanted to stay with me for a while. Never come back.
What about his mama?
His mom had got put in jail for drugs. I just,
Bill, did you know, sir, who was Jesse Allen?
that was my grandson, Nettie's other son.
How old was Jesse?
He was 7.
Jesse lived with you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, how long had he been with you?
Since he was 15 months old. 15 or 17 months, somewhere around in there. I can't remember for sure.
I want to put up Exhibit 484. You're going to see a photograph behind you, and I want you to turn around and look and see if you can identify that photograph. Sir, who is that?
It's this.
Sir, who, sir, who was Sherry Cole?
She was my wife.
How long, would you make that an exhibit your testimony 484?
Yes, sir.
Would you look at exhibit 485?
Yes, sure.
Bill, how long, sir, how long had you and Sherry been married?
44 years.
Sir, when did you and Sherry get married?
1979, July 14th.
I do, Your Honor. Would you make that an exhibit?
Yes, sir.
to your testimony? Uh, Did, Bill, what kind of relationship you and Sherry have?
Good one. I felt like, I mean, we never fussed.
Did y'all get along?
Oh, yeah.
Have any
She was a
disagreement?
sweetheart. She was a little sweetheart. You couldn't fuss at her. You just couldn't.
Were you upset with her on Sunday, April the
No, sir.
24th, 2022?
No, sir.
Was she upset with
No,
you?
sir.
Bill, where'd y'all live?
And old Snap Prairie Road, kind of toward Fall Branch.
Will you look at You look at exhibit 41.
Yes, sir.
You able to identify that photograph?
That's the house. It's still a house. I still live there
You
today.
still live there?
That's exhibit what?
41, Your Honor. Mr. Cole, who owns that property? Do you own that?
No, I don't really own it, but it was kind of given to me. We milked there. The man that owns it told me that if I'd help him finish out, that he quit there, I'd have
Help you finish what, sir?
help him finish milking.
Milking.
When we got done dairying and he retired, he said, you can stay there as long as you need to, or as long as you want to. It's yours.
Sir, how long had y'all lived in that residence?
Maybe about 10 years or something. Or maybe a little longer. I don't know. It was around in there.
So where'd y'all live before, if you don't mind me asking?
We had another house across the hill. It's a great old big house. It ended up being just me and Sherry and one of my other grandkids, and we moved into that small house.
So if you had other grandkids that lived with you,
Yes,
stayed
sir.
with you? So
Yeah.
which grandkids or grandkid was that?
Austin Bales was, he was there the longest, and I had a granddaughter. Stayed for a little while. She was a little baby. We raised her till she was 2 years old.
Bill, how many, can I show you just a few pictures of this house?
Yes, sir.
Will you look at 134? Are you able to identify that, Bill?
That was the main bedroom, was mine and Sherry's for the most part.
Sir, will you look at 156?
That was little Jesse's room. Probably the pictures. I just did with him today.
Sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said Jesse was proud of the pictures. He wanted to hang them on the wall. He just,
Bill, what kind of kid was Jesse?
just a little 7-year-old boy, like to play, just a little sweetheart. He really was.
Jesse and his brother get along?
Nah, off and on, kind of in a way, not really, just off and on kind of thing. Age difference, you know, I mean, it was plain simple age difference.
Bill, we look at 166.
Like Jordan's room.
Bill, did y'all make a difference between Jesse and Jordan?
We tried not to. I mean, we really tried not to. But Jesse probably was favored a little more just because he's little. Needed more attention. You know, he just needed more attention. He was a little boy, just starting school, trying to figure it out.
Now, Bill, it looked like that Jordan didn't even have a room on his door.
There was a reason for that. I mean, there was a reason. He kept closing his door, locking it from the inside, jumping out the window and hauling ass. Never know when he was in there. You couldn't, I mean, I took the door off and put him a blanket up. Said, you want privacy? Here's your blanket. You can't lock it up. So we don't know where you're at.
You have a problem with him running off, son?
Yes, sir.
You know where he'd go?
Yes, sir. You want me to tell you?
Can you tell us where you'd go?
I worked with a couple boys at the feed store named Broadwaters. He'd jump out the window, and anytime he had a chance, he walked out the door, he'd take off. They lived across the field. He'd go to there, and if he didn't walk outside or go to bed at night time, he'd jump out his window and be gone. Lock the door so we'd think he's in our sleep, and by now he's just gone.
I saw where.
I tried to give him privacy. I promise.
I saw where it looked like there was a four-wheeler out there.
Yes, sir.
I just saw one.
That was on one they had. I mean, it was given to Jesse actually, but him and Jordan shared it.
How'd Jesse get that?
You got it for Christmas. Community auditorium for Christmas.
You get Jordan anything?
Oh yeah. They got him as much stuff as kind of equal to that four-wheeler. Price wise, probably. But for, you know, for bigger young, shirts, shoes, watch, boots, stuff like that.
You said they shared the four-wheeler, so Jesse let him ride the
Oh, yeah.
four-wheeler.
Guess he let him ride it.
Bill, did you ever see Jordan do anything to Jesse? You ever seen him mistreat Jesse or anything like that?
Well,
Objection, character evidence, except for each same.
Yes, sir. Bill, all those photographs we've looked at, would you make those exhibits? for your
Yes, sir.
testimony?
It'll be filed.
Bill, let's go to April the 24th. Remember that day,
yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
On that day, sir, who all lived at that house we just saw?
Me, Sherry, Jesse, and Jordan.
What was going on that day?
Normal Sunday. I mean, for the most part.
What did you do when you first got up that morning? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, go to eat breakfast or whatever. Me and Jesse, Jordan went to the dollar store and got a few odd man things. Come back home, I put brake shoes on the little black truck that I had.
What kind of odd end things did you get at the dollar store?
I was supposed to got drinks and I forgot them, but stuff she needed, like lard or butter. I don't remember what all we got. Got Jesse a little telephone to play with.
Got Jesse a little telephone.
Yeah, just a little play telephone.
You put up 315 this hour. You able to identify that photograph?
Yes, sir. That's the phone.
Does that look like the phone you?
It played music, just it could punch up numbers and, just like a little learning telephone kind of helping me.
Now, did I hear you say you and the boys went to the dollar store?
Yeah.
Remember about what time it was?
I had been 9 o'clock or a little after some, give or take, dollar store don't open till 8, so it would have been after 8 o'clock. We was back before, 15 minutes away, it don't take.
So what'd you do when you get back, Bill?
I had to put brake shoes on the little black truck that we own.
Was Jordan still there?
He was still there at that time.
All right.
But I hadn't started the brake shoes yet. That's what was next on the list,
You put shoes on or you put brakes on
on a little pickup that we had.
Can you look at 51, please? Tell the members of the jury if you can identify it.
That's the little truck.
You put brakes on that truck that
Brakes on-
morning,
Yeah,
sometime up in the morning.
yeah. Well, it was after 10, let's say. Or started after 10 on.
Did you finish that job, Bill?
Yeah.
What'd you do after that?
I don't remember if we painted flyers or if I worked on the Bronco.
Was Jordan there the entire time?
No. He went with Broadwater. Was supposed to have done some weed eating at a little old farm down the road at the airport kind of thing. I don't
Supposed
remember.
to. What happened?
When he got back, they said that fell through and they didn't do it. I don't know what they done. And I can't remember what time he got back. I really don't. I didn't pay no attention.
Did you make Jordan work, Bill?
I didn't make him work, but I tried to learn him. Life don't hand you nothing, you got to work, make a living, try to learn anything, but as far as making him work, no, I didn't make him do nothing.
Did you mistreat him?
No.
Did you hit him?
No.
Smack him?
Never laid a hand on him. I've never laid a hand. I promise you, I've never laid a hand on him.
Did you ever do any of those things with Jesse?
No. I've never done any of those things my whole 65-year life. That's not in me, I promise.
Did you do those things to Sherry? Did you beat
No.
on Sherry? Did you ever make Jordan leave?
No,
Make him sleep outside
no,
under a car or a truck?
No.
Withhold food from him? Did you feed?
No.
Did you feed him?
oh yeah, we fed him. We might not have much, but he had food. I mean, we poor people. I ain't telling you. We had it all. We didn't have it all. Life wasn't perfect, but we had food.
You said you had it all.
I had 2 dogs. I said we didn't have it all.
Oh, okay.
We normal everyday people struggling through life to do what we do.
So Bill, what did you do after, mention something about planting some flowers?
Well, we did. Jesse bought Sherry a little marigold flower where I work. We sold flowers. There's a feed store. We sold springtime flowers. And he bought my mama a little marigold this tall. And we was going to transplant that into a pot. So we done that. And she had some, what did you call them, aloe vera plants. And it was pretty good bunch. We split that up and put that in 2 or 3 pots for it. Then he had apple. Apple was plain apple tree. So we cut the apple open and took seed out of it. So we'll try it. I don't know if it's growing or not. Put that in some dirt. And you didn't get to see whether it worked or not, but it did.
What'd you do after that?
I had a Bronco there. I had to try to fix. Put a universal joint in it.
You put up 238. You ever identify that photograph, Mr. Cole?
Yes, sir. That's the Bronco.
You were doing what to the Bronco, sir?
Putting a rear universal joint in it.
The rear universal joint. So you had to take the drive shaft out, is that right?
High fat.
I got it, okay.
You can't tell it there. It's still hooked to the front and hanging out in the back.
Bill, did you work on stuff a lot? I mean, did you like to work on stuff?
That was my job. I mean, part of my job, part of my life, just work on it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Would you make the one of the little ranger exhibit to your
Yes.
testimony? Sometimes
Yes,
I
sir.
forget. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
Apologize to everybody.
That's fine.
This is to, at the time you're working on the Bronco, has Jordan gotten back yet?
Yeah, he was back then.
Is he around there helping you?
Yeah.
What's going on, Bill?
I was trying to take the universal joint out. He was kind of right there, talking, looking, and watching, and helping. I mean, just kind of helping.
What kind of tools were you using, Bill?
I had socket set out there using some wrenches and hammers and screwdrivers. I mean, just anything I needed to get that drive shaft out of the truck.
And Bill, sir, this court's seen a lot of beer bottles laying around.
Yes, sir.
Let's
I
just
drank.
talk about it.
I drank.
Did you drink?
Not bad. I'd buy a 6-pack of these and come home and sit outside, sit on the bank, watch them play, relax. I work 9 hours a day at a feed store lifting 50-pound bags at a time or fixing stuff. So I come home, drink a 6-pack of beer.
So there's beer bottles everywhere.
Well, I'd lay them down. Dump was closed time I got home. Worked half a day on Saturday, and it depended on what I had to do Saturday for whether I didn't expect Sherry to haul trash. I didn't expect Sherry to clean up after me. They might lay there a couple of weeks before I clean the mess up. But eventually, I'd say I didn't expect Sherry to do it.
Drank a little bit every day.
I did 6-pack a day. Get off 5 o'clock, stop, get a 6-pack, go home, sit on the bank, or walk through the house, talk Sherry, talk to them boys, let them play till that 6-pack was gone, and then it was done.
You ever spend your money on beer when you should have been buying groceries?
Well, I'm sure probably, but we never done it without food. I'm sure I could have spent less. But no, we didn't do it without food. You always spend too much money on beer if you drink, no matter what. That's just plain simple.
Bill, were you able to get the U-joint in that truck?
I got it out, but I didn't get back in. The one I had wasn't right. So I quit. Figured I'd get me one tomorrow.
Did you get aggravated?
No.
Hot?
I know this 50-50 change. It was a used one anyway. I know this 50-50 change. It might fit, it might not. It didn't. Parts store hooked to the building that I worked at. No, the owner.
Did you
Could have got
did you
more.
get too drunk to even know if it fit or not?
No. I don't make a habit to get drunk. Drinking a beer and being a drunk is 2 different things. I know my limits.
So, sir, after you finish what you're doing with the Bronco, sir, what do you do then?
I went in the house. I said, call it a day. It was getting late in the evening. Call it a day, go in, rest the rest of the day. Had to go work next morning.
You say it's getting late in the evening.
Yeah, it was up getting pretty late in the evening. 6 o'clock or something.
So what do you do when you go in the house?
Went in, sit down, watch TV, kick my boots off, and I'm done for the day.
So, sir, can you tell us where Sherry and the boys were?
Well, she was in the house till I went in, and Jesse liked to stay outside and play. She said, well, I'll go out here and watch Jesse. And the last I was told, they was up, sitting up on a little hill behind the house where they were sitting up there talking.
Last you was told, who told you that?
Jordan,
She didn't come in and cook supper.
I cooked up. I told her when she walked out, I said, well, I'll start fixing us something to eat.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you cooked or tried to cook?
Kind of like a roasting taters kind of thing. Chopped up some New York strip steaks and put them in a pot of taters and boiled them just like a beef stew or something. Then found a box of corn stuff, and I thought, well, let's make a casserole. Might not have been worth eating, but I tried it.
You
never
cook a
did
lot.
get to eat.
You cook a lot, Bill.
If she didn't feel like cooking, I could. I didn't expect Sherry was sick. I didn't expect her to.
What was wrong with Sherry?
She just had health issues. I mean, her nerves. She had health issues. She had 12 tumors cut out of her at one time. I mean, she had health issues. And it took a toll on her. She's 59-year-old. It was beginning to take a toll.
You said something about nerves. Did she? I mean, was there a difference in her after that?
Yeah. She was always nervous, but no, it was taking a toll on her.
Did she nag at them kids any?
No, she didn't nag them. She, if they done something out of the way, she'd fuss at them, or, and she was just nervous.
She ever get on you any?
Oh yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say I listened to her much, but she did fuss at them.
Probably needed to.
Oh, she did. She had a right. I didn't fuss back. She's 75 pounds open weight. I couldn't fuss that young.
Bill, how old was Sherry when y'all got married?
16,
How old was you?
18.
Y'all lived in Greene County ever since?
Yeah.
Miss Allen, will you put up 176? You may not remember, Bill. I want you to look at this picture and see if you can identify this photograph.
That was my concoction. Boiled taters, meat, stovetop stuff. Sounded good at the time. Whether it was or not, we'll never know. I ended up throwing it away.
Ended up throwing away. So why was so did you get supper cooked?
I got good. Well, I guess it's good. It looked good. But
After you got it ready, what'd you do?
I hollered out and said supper's ready. Kind of just poked my head back in the house. Went in, sat down, and waited on it. Nobody showed up.
About how long did you wait? I mean,
I don't know, a few minutes.
Did you get bothered when they didn't come? I mean, was it?
Well, I thought maybe they just didn't hear me or something, so I poked out again and hollered again.
Mr. Cole, what'd you do then?
Well, when I went to turn and go back in the house, I noticed my truck was gone.
That concern you?
Well, yeah, kind of. I thought because I'd forgot drinks for the house. I thought, well, while I was in here, they went to the dollar store to get drinks, which is just right down the road, pretty much. So at the point, it didn't. At the time, it didn't really bother me. I thought they were just going to the store to get drinks.
Was Sherry able to drive?
Yeah, she was still able to drive. I mean, she didn't like to, but at that time, she got put in a position that she had to. We didn't have no other choice. She had to.
Did you ever let Jordan drive?
I'd let him drive. I didn't make a habit of it. I mean, he's 15-year-old. He practiced. He used to drive tractors when we farmed regular. He used to drive tractors and stuff around.
Bill, what'd you do after they didn't come?
I give him a few minutes, and then I went looking for him outside, looking for him. By then, it got kind of dark. Jordan told me last day they was up on the hill. Been sitting up there talking, so I went up on the hill, look to see if they was up there.
You said you were taking your boots off. Did you put your boots back on?
Not then I
Is it normal for you to walk around and do you have your
from the car to the house or, to the fence or something other out in the grass. No, I can't walk on rocks or nothing. I'm not a barefoot walker, but if I kick them off at night and I need to walk outside the car to get something or do something,
Did you ever walk out to that Bronco?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why'd you go out there?
I left my phone out there. When I was working on it, I laid my phone up in the seat. Because it kept falling out of my pocket and I was afraid to get broke. So I just laid it up to see that Bronco.
So why'd you go out there and look for your phone?
Because I was going to call, see if I could figure out. I was going to call her mama because she left the house most time and she was going anywhere she went to her mom's. That's Her and her mom was just teasing apart.
Miss Allen, you put up 99. Now I want you to look at this picture, and this view, and see if you can identify it.
That's my tool set and the Bronco, a few beer bottles.
Did you walk out through there looking for your phone?
Walked right through there to the driver's door to get my phone. I know that's where it was at.
You not? Sir, by this time, about what time is it? Do you
Oh,
remember?
it's dark
It's
then.
dark, huh?
It's dark by then. I mean, it's 7:30 or something, I guess. 8 o'clock.
Notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, I did. I really did. I didn't look for nothing out of the ordinary. I wasn't looking for nothing strange at all. I was going after my phone. I didn't have no reason to look around for anything out of the ordinary, you know.
Mr. Cole, did you find your phone?
No, sir, I did.
So what'd you do then?
I went back in the house, put my shoes on. Got to kind of looking around a little bit more up there where he said they was at.
You go up on the hill?
Yeah, I was up on the hill where that's where he said they was at. I thought maybe, I guess at that time I started thinking, something ain't right here. But it's still, you just don't think shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
So you
That's
walk
the last-
outside, you walk over to the Bronco,
Get my phone.
you go up on the hill.
I went back in the house first.
Sorry. You go back in the house, put your boots on, go up on the hill.
I think I walked up there before I left to go to her mama's. At one point I left and went to her mama's just to see, were they here?
At some point you was on that hill.
At some point I walked up there.
Do you not have a light with you?
No, sir. My flashlight was dead. At one point I pulled the car and pointed it that way where I could use the headlights just to kind of shine up to her, but it don't shine. It's a lot higher than a car. I mean, it's pretty good bank.
Car. Will you look at 178, please? Please tell us whether you can identify that.
That's Shirley's car.
Sure, you stole it.
Yeah, that's her car. I mean, but it was kind of acting up. Heater quit working, windshield wipers quit working. It wore out little car I give $1,000 for 5 years before it. And she ran the wheels off of it.
Sorry. Don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're fine.
Make that exhibit your testimony.
Yes, sir.
So you're shining lights everywhere, but before that, you walked back down the hill.
Yeah, I went. I mean, yeah.
And you didn't see
No, I did.
you didn't see Sherry or Jesse.
I didn't look behind the house. I never went behind the house. I didn't have no reason to go behind the house. We never went behind the house.
You got any lights up at that house, Bill? You got any
No.
security lights up?
There's one on the front porch, but it's just a regular little house light. I mean, it's not nothing spectacular. Shines more toward the driveway than anything.
You mentioned something about going to Romaine's.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what you did.
I went down there and asked them if they'd seen Shirley or the boys. Had they been there? And they said no. I said, well, they ain't at the house. So I didn't know if they'd come down here or went to the store.
So what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house. I can't remember if we called the first time I was there or the second time. I made 3 trips down there. And one time we called. I'm
Who's
thinking
we?
me and Romaine,
You had them call or
yeah, had them call. We'll call my phone.
anybody answer that phone?
Jordan Allen.
How do you know Jordan answered?
Huh?
Sir,
Romaine had her phone on speakerphone.
you could hear his voice?
Yep.
Did Jordan say anything?
Said we're at the house.
So what'd you do? Well, let me ask you this. So did you feel any relief at that point?
Yeah, I thought, well, they did go to the dog store and I just missed them. And I went back to the house.
What happens when you get back to the house?
They ain't there.
What'd you do? If any, did you do,
I-
what's going on at that point? They're not at home.
Well, I know what I got lied to at that point, for sure. So I went in the house, just kind of looked around, and I did poke my head in his room, didn't move nothing, didn't look at nothing, just see if there was a note or something. That maybe he decided to run off again, and Shirley and Jesse went the other way. I didn't know.
You didn't see a pair of bloody boots?
I didn't see nothing. I wasn't looking for nothing. beside the note, laying on the bed or something, because he left a note, he just had it laying right out in the open or something.
You said you was at home, now you said you cooked earlier,
Yep,
and then I hear you say you sat down on the couch watching TV.
yep.
Jordan ever come in the house?
We come in 2 or 3 times, I mean, just back and forth.
You didn't think nothing, you didn't think anything about it?
Well, I didn't, he said they were still up on this hill talking, and I didn't pay no attention to nothing. I was sitting there,
So you look around and you don't see anything that raises a flag to you.
no,
So what happens then, Bill? What'd you do?
I started and was gonna go back down to her mom's. Because I had a phone, I didn't have no phone. I mean, I probably could have went to a neighbor or something, but, you know, it was just, I went to her mom's.
Tell us what happens.
Well, I told her to call Rick because something wasn't right.
Now, who's Rick?
He's my brother-in-law.
Do you, Bill, how long you know?
I
Rick.
think,
That's Sherry's brother, isn't it?
Yeah.
How old's Rick when you and Sherry got together?
oh, he's 7, 8 years old.
You remember him as a little boy?
a little bitty fella.
He ain't too little now, is
No. He's a good boy though.
it? Is it? At some point, did the little black truck show back up?
Yes. When I went back the second time, I walked in the house. That's when I was looking for the little note or whatever. Didn't see nothing, and I don't know why nothing struck me odd. I don't know why it did. But when I walked back out, the little black truck sitting top of the driveway, half in the driveway and half in the road.
What'd you do?
Well, I thought, well, better move that. Cause I live on when my driveway is right in the middle of a curve coming this way and a curve coming this way. And you've got, I mean, it's from here to there. It's right in the middle of 2 curves. I thought, well, I better go move the truck, get out of the road. Cause he wasn't in it. You could tell it was empty. I mean,
Did you see anybody else down there?
no, they was when I started up there, they was a truck that kind of come by and slowed down. But I thought they were just slowing down because look, they about hit my truck sitting in the road because it's a blind curve, 2 blind curves.
Did you recognize the truck?
No, I did. I mean, it was just a truck as far as I know. It just slowed down because my truck was sitting out half in the middle of the road. And then they went on. They didn't sit there or nothing.
You didn't see. You didn't see anything.
No,
You didn't chase after anybody.
no,
You didn't run somebody down the road.
no. I went up there, got my truck and pulled it out of the road, put it in the driveway and climbed in that little car and went back and told Romaine, call Rick, something ain't right.
The little car we saw her.
Yeah, she said, I've done called Rick. I said, well, tell him to meet me at the house. Just come on. I'm going back to the house.
Did you ever take now you had a F1, Bill, you had an 04 truck, didn't you?
I took it the first trip. Water pump was out on it, but it had more gas in it and it had a heater other than that little car. So I thought, well, maybe it'll make it down there and back. I thought I was just making one trip.
You put up 65, please, Miss Allen. See if you can identify that picture.
That's it.
Is that your truck?
That's it.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony? Did you
Yes,
make
sir. Money hole. I drove a money hole.
that- Sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said that truck was a money hole. Dollar you to death.
What trucks do?
That's some of them.
So you get the truck out of the road.
Yeah.
You don't see anybody.
Don't see anybody. Other than that truck that passed, and I thought it would just slow down and pass because my truck was sitting up there. And
What happens then, Bill?
that's when I went back. I got in it, put it in the driveway, found the car, went back to Romaine, said, you call Rick? She said, yeah, I've done called him. He's on his way. I said, tell him to meet me back to the house. I'm going back to the house. Something ain't
You're
right.
pulling out. Do you see Rick?
Yeah, he was coming up the road.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah. I stopped. He said, well, let's go up here and figure this out. I said, just come on, Rick. There's something ain't right.
What happens then, Bill?
Well, we got back to the house and there was 2 trucks sitting in my driveway. And,
You recognize the trucks?
yeah, I did then.
Who was it?
Brian Broadwater and Roger Broadwater. Roger had a gun in his hand and phone in his ear, calling 911. I got out of the car and Rick ran up behind him and grabbed him because he had a gun. Who knows, you know. And Rick kind of toughed with him and told him his cop, and they finally got figured out, I guess.
Bill, what's the next thing you experience?
Rick told him, I heard him tell Rick there's 2 bodies. He's either told Rick there's 2 dead bodies behind the house, or he's telling everyone who's on the phone there's 2 dead bodies behind the house.
You can hear that?
I heard that.
What? went
I mean,
through-
they screaming. Couldn't help to hear that. And me from here to her, away from, with the car,
Bill, what did you, sir, what was going through your mind at that time?
I know what happened then. I mean, I don't know how to explain what would go through a man's mind when he found out something like it.
What does go through a man's mind?
I mean, I for say a lot of things, I don't know how to explain what goes through your mind when you hear something like that. Devastation. That's the only way you can explain it.
Bill, how long had you been raising grandkids?
44 years worth of it, kind of. I mean,
Off and on?
off and on.
You just get tired of it, Bill?
No, I still ain't taught it.
Bill, did you hurt?
No, and no reason.
Did you take a hammer?
No,
Did you take that black and white hammer that you've been using to work on that Bronco to your grandson's head
no,
several
sir.
times? Did you hit him?
No. No, I promise. No. I didn't.
Did you do anything to Sherry?
No, sir. I did. Why would I?
Why would you?
Why would I? We didn't have no insurance. I wasn't cheating on her. She wasn't cheating on me.
You
I
got
had
no
nothing to
friend,
gain.
Bill? You
I
got
still
no-
got nothing to gain. I sit in that same little old house, a lonely old man. That's all I gained. Lost my whole family. No, I didn't do that.
Bill, were you, Bill, you know you had blood all over the bottom of your pants.
Yeah, that's what they said.
You did.
Yeah.
Did you, all right. So, did they take you into custody?
Yes,
Did they handcuff you?
I think they did.
At some point, did they handcuff you?
At some point, I
Did
think.
they handcuff you right off?
No, but right off, Rick put me in his car with his wife. But I think along the way there, yeah, I got handcuffed.
What's his wife's name?
Don East.
And how long have you known her?
How long they been married?
How long have they been married?
I don't know.
So at some point you ended up back at the sheriff's department
Yes,
and they talked to you.
Yep.
Did you answer their questions?
yes, sir.
Did
Just
you
like
ever,
I'm trying to do right here.
did you ever tell them to stop? Stop? Did you?
Didn't have no reason to tell them to stop. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Bill, is there any other way that blood could have ended up on your
I
side?
think I stepped on it. I mean, I think through the process, somewhere along the yard right there, I stepped on it. I didn't even know it was there until they told me at the police station. But I think before I went in and put my shoes on, I'd stepped in it and I just didn't know. I thought I was taking dog shit or something. I had 2 dogs, I mean, that's what,
At some point, did you realize there was something on your foot? Or
I just kind of scuffed it off in the yard as I was going in the house. Went in, put my boots on. Just didn't pay no attention. It was just, I don't know,
Bill, you had some blood on the front of your pants too.
I,
You know how you'd had the blood on the front of your pants?
unless it was mine. I do a lot of bleeding. I cut myself all the time. I mean, it could have been mine. I don't know.
If it was yours, you remember scratching yourself or anything?
I cut myself working on a daily basis for the most part. You work on things, at 5 silos at work, I had to keep unclogged, the little doors this big around. I cut myself on a daily basis for the most part. Maybe not now because I don't do much of nothing now.
Bill, what do you do now?
I fiddle around my little house where I live at, help Austin with his lawnmower thing, just whatever, kind of whatever.
You still work up the feed store, any?
I used to go up there some, just because of the customers. It wasn't, had a lot of friends up there.
Judge, may I have 1 second, please? Thank you. Mr. Cole,
I wish you just called me Bill.
Bill, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Eastep, I'm gonna have some questions for you. Answer his questions.
I would. One thing, bitching and complaining is another. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And I wasn't insinuating that she did.
Well, you kind of was.
That's fair enough. And she had started to forget things. Is that right?
Well, I mean, she's 59-year-old, had a lot of issues. Yes, she was. It was catching up to her.
And you said in your interview to Gerald Ray that she was a little hard to deal with sometimes.
Sometimes. That don't mean she was a... I'll let that go.
She
You
was
ever dealt
nervous.
with anybody with dementia or any kind of...
Yeah, my grandfather died from it, and I'm very familiar.
So you know where I'm coming
I
from.
do. I certainly
All
do.
right.
And I'm
Okay.
going to treat you.
All right.
Treat you right, Bill. I promise.
Sure, it's a touchy subject.
I understand that.
Watch how you treat it, please.
So she was, well, she was afraid that DCS might take Jesse. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think she was... I don't really think she was scared they was going to take this.
DCS was there.
They wasn't there for Jesse. They was there on account of Jordan.
That's right. Exactly right. And they were there because he'd missed school for 6 days. Isn't that right?
That wasn't my fault. That wasn't Sherry's fault. That was Jordan's fault.
Let me clear that up. He hadn't not went to school. He hadn't been home in 6 days.
Exactly.
But nobody had called law enforcement from Old Snaps Ferry Road and reported that he hadn't come home from school. Isn't that right?
Well, he was going to school every day,
But he wasn't coming home, was
but
he?
he wasn't coming home.
But you didn't call anybody in those 6 days to say, hey,
Who was I supposed to call? The young and jumping out the daggone windows every time you turned around or sneaking off. Who was I supposed to call? I had a feeling where he was at, but I worked with the boy every day. I thought he'd have balls enough to tell me, but apparently not. I'm sorry.
no, you're okay. Now, when you say that the black truck was at the top of the driveway, that's from the viewpoint of being at the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so when you leave from the house and you go to the dollar store, you turn to the right, don't you?
Yes.
And when you leave the house to go to Romaine's, you turn left. Isn't that
Yes.
right? You never drove toward the dollar store to see if that's where they went.
No. Because I'd give him time enough to be to the dollar store and back. And when the truck was at the top of the hill in my driveway, it wasn't coming from the dollar store either. It was coming from Greenville.
Now, as you were asked on direct examination, eventually you were put in handcuffs, correct?
Yep.
And you went to the sheriff's
I
department,
went through the process.
interviewed on 2 separate occasions.
Interviewed on lock and drunk tank, held till way up to date. I went through the process.
They took your clothes.
Took my clothes.
You'd remember that interview if you heard it, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember parts of it, I'm sure. I might not remember it word for word, but yeah, I remember parts of it. The biggest part, I've not changed. I'm not told nothing no different now than I told then. I've never changed my story. It's the truth.
I understand.
I think sure you do.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Cole's first and second statement on this junk drive. I'd like to play a little bit there until he could hear his voice. They're 2 separate files and they are marked 1 and 2.
Can you do that?
I can plug into either that laptop, any laptop, it doesn't matter.
You got exhibit numbers of these?
No, they're not in the exhibit book.
No, they came from the exhibit.
I'm so sorry.
They came from the exhibit, didn't they?
No, Your Honor, the state,
Portion of an exhibit?
the state didn't enter them as an exhibit. No, I'm going to
In
enter
the
it.
exhibit book.
No, they're not in the exhibit book.
Judge, we've never been able to enter a witness, our own witness statements.
I know. I just didn't know if they were put in there for ID purposes or whatever.
We can follow every bullshit.
Your Honor, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Question, real quick, that's the question.
Like I explained earlier, Mr. Paul, Mr. Gerald Ray, this is your investigation. Detective Page, Sheriff's Office, he's on the phone right now, he's gonna come here just a minute. Before he goes in here, he said, Bill Cole, what is it, William? William Cole. Are you anything on Bill? Joe?
Mr. Cole, do you recognize that recording?
Yep.
Is that your voice that you hear,
Yes,
sir? Is it a true and accurate reflection of what you recall of your
From what I
conversation?
heard there.
Yes, sir. Well, I've got to authenticate it first. If you believe that's right, then you can listen to the rest of it.
Yeah.
You're fine. That's a
my
good question to ask. Okay. So that's what you recollect, what
Yep.
little bit you heard. Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move that into the next defense exhibit, please.
All right, that'd be exhibit 500.
I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. I really don't.
Mr. Cole, I'm going to treat you like I would anybody
I'll try my
else.
best, but I'm standing up for myself.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 500 is, audio statement of Bill Cole.
Your Honor, if you give me just a second, I'm going to talk to co-counsel or to counsel here for a second. I think it'd be appropriate.
Let's take him out for 10 minutes. All right. Come here, recess.
That you did.
I really don't remember. If it's a throwaway statement, why are we even talking about it?
Well, it's not always throwaway. So here we go. You didn't drive the black truck back down to Romaine's, right?
Right.
But you had fixed whatever had been wrong with it when you fixed the brakes. Is that right?
Yeah, the brakes was the problem. Took it, filled it up with gas, got her ready for the next morning, and parked it in the driveway.
When you talked about Sherry and Jesse, or excuse me, when you talked about Jordan telling you that Sherry and Jesse were up on the hill in their little flat spot, you gave a description of it in your statements. You remember that?
I probably did, but I ain't gonna say word for word that I remember what I said.
Well, let me see if I can help.
All right.
You described it as a flat spot that was always shaded. Isn't that right?
Well, it kind of is for the most part.
There's not a ton of trees up on the hill behind
No,
the
but
house,
there's,
but there's a few all clumped together there, about halfway up the hill. Is that right?
well, yeah,
At the top of the hill, it is flat, but there ain't a tree up there
I
between.
leave one or two kind of right at the top, but not necessarily right on top.
Yes,
but they're kind of
Right as it starts to turn and get flat.
Yeah.
And there's several rock cropping out in the hill.
rocks.
And the flat spot that they like to sit in, there's a rock cropping along with two trees, and it's flat right there. That's the spot, isn't
Yeah,
it?
pretty much.
Now, during your interviews, you made sure to tell the TBI that when you talked about you watched CSI, that you had seen CSI shows, that Jordan liked to watch murder movies. Isn't that right?
He did.
And during the process of these two interrogations, they made you go through your story multiple times, didn't they?
Yep.
And in your first interrogation, There's no mention of you stepping in anything wet. Isn't that right?
Well, I don't think I was asked in that.
In the second interview is when that's brought up. Is that best of your recollection? And the reason that you had went to the Bronco, as you stated, is to get your cell phone. It was in the front seat, you said.
Lay it in the front seat.
And so after that, that's when you said that you had put on your shoes after going to the Bronco, right?
Yep.
And it's after, let me back up because I want to make sure that I'm clear about it. At around 8 o'clock-ish, 8:10, somewhere in there, it's around 8 o'clock when you first come outside and you holler the first time.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
It's starting to get dark. It's before the time changed.
I think so.
So, and you go back in the house.
Yep.
A few minutes go by, based on your statement. We don't know how many, but just a few. And you go back outside. That's when you holler the second time.
Yep.
And that's when you said you noticed that the truck was gone.
Yep.
All right. And you may have either went inside the house at that particular time to look around, but you got, based on your first statement, you do get in a vehicle and drive to Romaine's, correct?
Well, I do at one point. I can't say exactly what order I done. What you don't think in a situation like that.
I understand.
But yes, I did. I know the first thing I done, went to Bronco to get my phone because I was going to call. It wasn't there.
Yes, sir.
So I went back and house up and she was done. I'm pretty sure.
And in your first statement, you told Gerald Ray that all 3 trips that you went to Romaine, you had taken the Honda. Isn't that right?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Is it true that in the second statement that you told him, oh, wait a minute, I did take the Gray truck the first trip? Does that refresh your memory? Do you believe that?
I told him, I don't know which time, but I think I told him first time. I said from the get-go, I took that truck one time. I know. But when I said it, I ain't going
I understand.
maybe you don't think of it right off the bat.
And between your first statement and your second statement, you had been in the Greene County jail for 6 hours. Isn't that right?
I've been there a while.
Been there long enough not to want to be there anymore, I'm sure. Now, the first trip to Romaine's is that when the phone call to your cell phone occurs?
I think either the first one or the second one. I'm not going to say for sure, but I think it was.
And it's
I
about,
don't know. I think honestly, I think it was the second one. I went back home because they wasn't there. And I thought, well, maybe I go back home. They just went to the dog store.
and you got to Romaine's at 10 o'clock that night, the first time. Isn't that right?
I couldn't tell you real what time I got down there. Probably around there.
And so it's about a 10-minute trip one way.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you go back to the house and there's nobody there, that's when you use your vehicle to shine some lights up on the hill. You didn't see anything, and you went up. Your flashlight wasn't working, correct?
Yep.
And so you went to the flat spot. They weren't there.
They weren't there.
And by this time, if it's after 10, it's really dark. I
Oh, yeah,
imagine.
it's pitch dark.
And so you come back down and you go in the house and you look for the note. Is that right?
Yep.
And then now we're making the second trip.
Yep.
The second trip is when you tell Romaine to call Rick.
Yep.
And then you go back the third time and you find the black truck. Now you
Found-
already made it there.
Found the
went in
black
the
truck
house.
the second time.
The second
The black truck showed up the second time.
Right. You went in the,
I went.
you were already there in the house. You came out and noticed the black truck.
Exactly. I just kind of looked in Jordan's room to see if I seen a note or something just laying around. Something. I didn't move nothing. I didn't get nothing. I just kind of glanced in there to see if I seen a note. Turn around and walk back out.
So you walked in the room.
I don't know that I even walked in the room. I was poking head in the door.
Okay. And so you moved the black truck up by the burn pile. I guess that's what that is. Okay. And you took the Honda back down, asked Romaine again to call Rick. She had. He meets you before you get out,
Yep.
out of the way anyway, and you guys go back up.
Yep.
Is that right? Just one second. Okay, Mr. Cole, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
Can he stay in the courtroom now?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about this.
You're free to go, or you can stay back there in the courtroom and watch. If you want to.
I'll think with my family. Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness, Nate.
Blake Kittredge.
Blake Kittredge.
Blake Kettering, TBI. Were you here Monday?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, you were sworn, right? Yes, sir. All right, you're still under oath. Have a seat right there. Speak up to the mic. Speak up so we can hear you.
All right. Would you please state your name?
Blake Kettering
How are you presently employed?
with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What are your present duties with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge over the Criminal Investigation Division in Johnson City.
Back on April the 24th, 25th, 2022, what was your title and duties?
I was a special agent.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 12 years. I started in 2014 at Chattanooga Police Department before getting hired on at TBI down in Marion and Sequatchie counties. I transferred up here during COVID 2020, and I've been up here ever since.
Why did you transfer?
Family. I'm from here.
Now, on April the 25th, 2022, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of a relative older woman and a young boy at 2740 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County, Tennessee?
Can you verify that address?
You're exactly right. 7140 Old Snap Ferry Road.
Yes, sir. I was called to that.
How did you first become involved in the investigation?
I was called by my then supervisor, Christopher Wilhoit, notified of two deceased individuals at that address and requested to respond.
About what time did you get the call?
Approximately 1:30 in the morning. I remember that day because it was my wife's birthday. So I woke her up and had her make me some coffee before heading out the door.
About what time did you arrive?
Approximately about 2:30.
Were there any other TBI agents there upon your arrival?
Yes, Agent Stephen Lowe beat me back there by probably about 5 minutes.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what you observed upon your arrival about this destination that you went to?
Sure. So I was, like I said, I was notified to respond to this scene. I was told on the phone that I would be the case agent for this investigation and partnering with Greene County Sheriff's Office. With that in mind, we kind of had some preliminary information that the scene was fairly expansive. We made the determination on the phone that we would notify the violent crime response team out of Knoxville. We went ahead and got that ball rolling as I was en route. Once I got there, it was kind of chaotic. There were a lot of cop cars there. There was some personal vehicles there. There were numerous people standing around, some of them that they were identified as witnesses. So one thing that I like to do at the start of any investigation is just kind of observe the scene. So from that point, I think I went with Captain Jeff Davis, and I believe we walked through the scene. It's a single family dwelling on some acreage, I would say. Walked across a little stream there on like a concrete drive path. Worked my way past one vehicle and then past a Bronco and then on around to the side of the house, and that's where I observed the two deceased individuals.
What did you do then?
So from there, I had to make some calls. As a case agent at that point, I had to start delegating duties. We had a lot to do, and I had to make sure that we got this done as efficiently and professionally as possible. One of the first things that I did was I got Agent Stephen Lowe. He departed the scene to write a search warrant for that property. I was in coordination with VCRT, trying to make sure that they knew the address, they knew where to come to. Kind of gave them some preliminary information. I collected written statements from some individuals that I believe Greene County Sheriff's Office had spoken to already. I did some follow-up interviews with those just to kind of clarify some information there. And at the time that I got there, it was dark. But I knew daylight was coming. And in my initial walkthrough, I noticed that there were some weird like tire tracks in the dew in the yard. And I just felt like it was important. I knew that those tire tracks would probably burn off once daylight hit. So I went ahead and collected photographs of that. Believe Sheriff Holt notified me that there was a pizza box that was near the roadway and some pieces of pizza that had been ground into the roadway. Went ahead and collected those. From my recollection, it was a little bit windy that day. I didn't want that box to blow down the road and we lose that if it was of any importance.
I would like you to look, please, at exhibit number 20 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, sir. That's the residence there, 7140 Old Snapsbury Road. This is that walkway I was talking about earlier. Here's the stream. Right here is a black Ford Ranger. Here's a silver Ford F-150. Here's the Bronco. And this is the primary, what we determined to be the primary entry and ingress point of the residence.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that day?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit number 21? Can you tell the members of the jury what that shows?
Yes. So here we're outside the crime scene tape. This is the Ford Bronco. Right here, if you see that reddish brown substance, we believe that to be blood at the time. This picture just kind of depicts the location of the Bronco and that blood.
Does it accurately reflect what you were seeing at that time?
It does.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 22?
Not the best photo, a little dark, but we're still here at the Bronco. I believe I took this picture because I wanted to kind of show how dark it was actually out there. I'm using the flashlight here. I'm not using the flash on the camera. But yeah, here's the Ford Bronco, and we're in the general area that I took that.
There was no lighting out there at that time.
No, we're out in the country.
Very dark.
Yes, sir.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 23? Please tell the members of the jury what that reflects.
So I've moved a little bit towards the house at this point. I'm outside the crime scene tape. Here's that entry exit of the main residence. Right over here, you'll see the bodies of Jesse and Sherry.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
That'd be fine.
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 24?
Again, just another picture, very similar to the first. I've kind of tried to fill the frame here to make sure we capture both of the victims. This is Jesse and this is Sherry.
And you said you were seeing other things that morning on the outside.
Yes.
What other things were you seeing that you've told us about?
Sure. Yeah. So tire tracks. We saw I saw the tire tracks in the dew. There were various areas of blood between the Bronco, which would have been back over here, and the main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you look at, please, exhibit number 25? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows in those early morning hours that you got there.
Sure. So again, this is the Ford Bronco. Right here is that reddish brown substance that we believe to be blood. Over here, it's dark and you can't see it, but this is the general area where we saw some additional areas of blood.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony as well as the photograph before that?
Yes, I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 29? Please tell us fully what you see in that exhibit.
Sure. So these are some, I initially believe these right here to be tire tracks. I believe looking at it right now, it may be actual footprints coming in the dew, but this kind of picture is what we're dealing with here. And why I went ahead and took these photographs. This is obviously, once the sun comes up, we'll lose those prints and tracks in the dew.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 30? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows.
Sure. So again, this is in the dew. You can see what I believe to be tire tracks right there and right there in the yard.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Exhibit 31.
So for lack of a better term, I would call this smash pizza. This is pizza that was in the roadway there that Sheriff Holt kind of directed me to when I arrived on scene.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
That'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 33? Please tell the members of the jury what that exhibit shows.
Yes, sir. So this is Old Snapsbury Road right here, barbed wire fence adjacent to the property. Right here is the pizza box that I mentioned earlier. Then you also see some additional little pieces of smashed pizza on the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Exhibit 34. Would you please tell the members of the jury what you observed in that exhibit?
So this is just a closer up photo of the pieces of pizza that have been smashed into the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Would you please look at exhibit 35? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows and how it helps explain your testimony.
So this is a pizza box here that Sheriff Holt had pointed out. Earlier in my initial briefing with some of the officers that were on scene, there was mention that Mr. Allen had fled or ran through this field and discarded the pizza box. So that's why I felt like that was important. It just, we try to corroborate all of our statements.
When you refer to Mr. Allen, you're referring to the defendant. Is that right?
Correct, Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Would you please look at exhibit 37? Please tell the members of the jury what that photograph shows.
This is just a closer up photograph of that pizza box. You can see a piece of pizza that had fallen out of the box. It's kind of wedged up against that barbed wire fence, and that was its final resting place where I found it.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Would you please look at exhibit 38? I ask if you can identify it.
Yeah. So this is actually my hand here. I've put latex gloves on to start the collection process of this pizza box, and I'm just taking a photograph during that collection process.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Exhibit 39.
This is myself. This is my hand. I'm holding up the pizza box. Just get a photograph of the front of the pizza box.
Now, what do you do with that pizza box?
I end up collecting it, and by collecting it, I mean I obviously take it from its place that we found it, and I put it in a paper bag, seal that bag up, and if need be, we would send that to the lab later for examination and testing.
I would show you exhibit 456 and ask if you can identify it. What is that exhibit? What is that an image of?
So this is the actual paper bag that I collected the pizza box. It's inside. You can see here, this is our TBI case number. This is what it is, Little Caesars Pizza Box. This is the date and the time that I collected it, and I collected it, so I put my name there. Right here, this is the evidence inventory tag that shows that it was logged into the Johnson City Field Office evidence storage room.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Would you please look at exhibit 456, paren 1?
Yeah, so that's just a picture of the pizza box that we saw out there on the scene.
That was collected and placed in that bag that you
Correct.
showed.
Yes,
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Now I would ask you please to look at exhibit 41 and ask if you can identify it.
Yeah, so here this is a little bit closer to daylight. As you guys can see, it's getting a little brighter. Here's that Ford F-150. Here's the Ford Bronco, and here's the residence with the main entry and egress point for the home. Right here, you can see the black Ford Ranger.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Would you please look at exhibit 43? I ask if you can identify it.
Yes, that is the black Ford Ranger that we observed on scene and was used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you please look, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 44?
So this is the same Ford Ranger. This is just a shot of the driver's side. Again, it's the black Ford Ranger used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
35.
Exhibit 46?
This is the passenger side, same vehicle, black Ford Ranger, there at the property. It's getting a little bit brighter there, so you see a better photo of it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 47?
This is, again, same Ford Ranger, passenger side. Back here, you can see some tire impressions here on the grass, and you can kind of see where the dew was and kind of how it's starting to burn off, which is why I took the photos earlier.
What was the topography of that ground around there?
It was uneven. The whole area is very hilly. We're in Upper East Tennessee, so hard to find a flat spot.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit number 50?
Again, this is more of the bed of the Ford Ranger. This is Old Snaps Ferry Road. You can kind of see where the sunlight's starting to hit things. There's not dew present, but there's dew present still a little bit in the shaded off areas.
I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 51. Ask if you can identify it and what you were noticing that morning and how it explains your testimony.
Sure. Yes. So this is the Black Ford Ranger again, getting more daylight hours. See it a little bit better. We can see that the dew has pretty much evaporated all around in here, and this just kind of shows proximity of the Ford Ranger to the rest of the Bronco in the home.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 52. Please tell the members of the jury what that shows.
Yes. So 52 is we're getting back towards the rear of the Ford Ranger, and you can see the tire marks here in what's left of the dew.
As it's lightening up, it's getting a little more clear. Is
It
that
is,
right?
yes.
Exhibit 54.
This is the rear of the Ford Ranger. You can see the license plate there, and then you can also see the main residence there.
Exhibit 55.
This is just a close-up photo, so we can capture the tag that was on the vehicle at the time.
I'll show you Exhibit 58. What does that photograph reflect?
So this is the area behind the Ford Ranger. You can see that the dew's pretty much completely melted off at this point.
Why did you believe those tire tracks were important as the investigation continued?
Well,
Agent Blake.
that early in the investigation, you really don't know. You don't know what's important and what's not. So what I try to do is just document as best as I can. Anytime we go out to the scene, you look for just oddities, and tire tracks in the yard just seemed a little odd to me. So I wanted to make sure I documented that.
Did you later come into in your investigation to believe it tied in with something?
It did.
We'll show you Exhibit 60 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes. So again, you can see the tire tracks there. A little bit of the dew still left, and I think this is the shadow of the Ford Ranger.
And we'll show you Exhibit 61.
We'll file at 60.
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll be filed.
61. This was kind of, I believe this to be a vehicle chassis, but it was kind of a junk pile there. There's a child's bicycle right here. Took this photo just to kind of continue to document the scene as I saw it.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 62.
It'll be filed.
So I took this photo standing on the little driving walking bridge there. You can kind of see a little bit of the tire right there. This is facing back out towards Old Snaps Ferry Road. Here's the stream, and you can see I believe this was the furthest most first responder vehicle that was on scene at that time was the ambulance.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'll be filed.
I would like to show you exhibit number 63 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes. Now we're working our way around the house. You see a child's play toy here of a little dump truck. I would consider this the back porch of the residence.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'll be filed.
Exhibit 64.
So just continuing on, this is kind of a side view of the residence. You can see we're progressing through the crime scene. Over here is the Ford Bronco for reference. Right here would be the stairs and the main entry. And over here is what I would consider the back porch of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 65.
So now we're kind of shooting a photograph back for reference, just to kind of paint a picture of where we're at in the scene. Ford Bronco again, F-150, main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'll be filed.
Exhibit 66.
So this is what I would consider the back porch of this residence. We've just progressed on around the home, just documenting as we go with photographs what the scene would look like.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'll be filed.
67.
So here you can kind of see some tire impressions here in the grass. This is out back around where that back porch area is where I'm standing when I took this photograph.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 68.
Here we're just continuing on around the residence. We're starting to come to that far corner where the victim's bodies are around this corner over here on this side of the house. I believe we see some tire tracks here.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'll be filed.
Exhibit 69.
Yeah, so here you can see the tire tracks a little bit better. Up here is the hillside, and then on around here is where the victims are located.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would,
Exhibit 70,
again, tire tracks in the grass through here, coming off the dirt road. There's the Ford Ranger, the Bronco for reference, and the back porch area of the residence.
did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 72,
Yeah, so here we're just continuing on around the side of the residence as we keep going. This is the side of where the victims' bodies were located. Up here is the hillside, the hilltop. You see the crime scene tape all around the residence.
did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Now, Agent Ketron, you said that in the early hours of your investigation, you're looking for things that might stand out, oddities, things you don't even understand.
Sure.
Just things that are odd.
Yeah.
Did you later come to believe that you had found an answer to these tire tracks?
Yes, in the interview we did with Bill Cole. Mr. Cole stated that he had used his vehicle, the headlights on his vehicle, to drive around his property to kind of help him see a little bit better.
Thank you. Exhibit 73,
Okay, here we've almost made it all the way around the house at this point. We kind of started over here with our first set, and we've progressed on around the house. Our victims' bodies are right here. This is kind of like a cellar door almost, so it's kind of obscure, but the victims' bodies are right here. You can see that at this point, our BCRT team is on scene at this point, and looks like they're starting to set up.
did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
And 74,
Again, we've returned back to the black Ford Ranger. You can see the tire tracks here in the grass.
will you make all the pictures, every exhibit, did they accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
Yes,
And would you make them all exhibits to your testimony?
yes,
Now, Agent Ketron, did you assist in interviews in the investigation of this case?
I did.
Did you assist in the interview of Bill Cole, the interviews with Bill Cole?
I did.
Did you assist in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
I did.
You were a part of that questioning.
I was.
Would it be fair to say that you observed each one of them closely during the course of those
Yes, that's fair.
interviews?
Yes.
You saw various things about the clothes. You had the opportunity to talk to them and hear their answers.
I did. Yes.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 480. Agent Ketron, can you tell the members of the jury what that's an image of?
Yes, I can.
Please tell the members of the jury what 480 is an image of.
Yes. So this is labeled as an FTA card, and what we know this as is a DNA standard. When someone goes to an autopsy in a matter like this, there's usually a DNA sample collected. This is specifically for Jesse Allen. This is Jesse Allen's DNA standard. I've taken this. I received this from Agent Emily Durand, who had picked it up at William L. Jenkins Forensic Center. She had brought it to Johnson City. I had put our case number on this envelope, my name, DVI, and this would have been the seventh item, I believe, that I submitted to the lab in that sequence. We have to put all this information on for our lab to accept it. That way they can match everything up.
You followed through that entire process.
Yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Exhibit 482. I show you that image and ask if you can identify that image in Exhibit 482.
Yes. So again, this is again from William L. Jenkins Forensic Center from autopsy. This was from Sherry Cole. Again, we have FTA card here, which is a DNA sample. I've taken this again from Agent Emily Duran. I took custody of this. I put our necessary information on, submitted this as the 12th item in that sequence that I submitted to the TBI crime lab.
You did submit it to the TBI crime lab.
Yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony? Exhibit 465. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
Would you please tell the members of the jury fully about that image, how you came to be involved with that image and what you ended up doing with that image?
Yes. So following the conclusion of the last interview with the defendant, Allen,
a search warrant was authored for his DNA to obtain a DNA standard. I believe that was by Agent Emily Duran. Those swabs were collected. It's just a swab of the cheeks. It's non-invasive, collected and then packaged inside this envelope. You can see, again, the TBI case number, what the items are, 2 buccal swabs of Jordan Allen, and the packaging that the buccal swabs were in, my name, and here is where it's actually went to the lab. Looks like exhibit number 25 as a DNA standard for defendant Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit 465(1)? What is 465(1)?
So these are actually the individual swabs that were collected from Jordan Allen. Here is the original packaging that was in. I've repackaged that in a paper envelope to send to the lab. So, but this is the original, and you can see that it was recovered by Agent Duran on 4/25/22.
And that did give to the lab.
It did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please look at exhibit 466? Please talk to us fully about that one. I think there's a date on it that I'd like for you to talk about.
Sure. So this is these are the buccal swabs of Bill Cole and the original packaging. I received this and repackaged this on 5/5/22 to send to the TBI crime lab. You can see here, it did go to the TBI crime lab. I can't make out the date there, but it looks like it was, I can't make out the date right there, but it did go to the TBI crime lab as a DNA standard for Bill Cole.
And you got that from the Greene County Detention Center?
Yeah, Greene County Sheriff's
Jeff
Office.
Davis.
Yes,
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Same thing about 466(1). And on these, Agent Ketron, if you'll tell them where you got them from so we can complete the full
Yes.
process.
So again, here are the cotton applicators, the swabs, and these are the packaging that they come in. Here's the original plastic packaging that they were collected in, and you see the date 4/25/22. 2 buccal swabs collected, Greene County Sheriff's Department, belonging to Clarence Cole, Bill Cole. These items were stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Office, brought to me, I believe, by Agent Gerald Ray, and then subsequently submitted to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please do the same thing as it relates to exhibit 472?
So 472 is, again, it's a paper bag containing Bill Cole's pants and belt. You see that it was originally at Greene County Sheriff's Department. I took custody of that. Here's our case number. And then I believe Gerald Ray actually brought that to me and then submitted to the TBI crime lab.
Gerald, did Agent Ray brought it to you?
Yes.
You took it to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, Agent Gerald Ray brought it to me.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please do the same and follow through on exhibit 474?
So 474 is going to be the shirt of Bill Cole. Looks like it was collected 4/25/22 by Agent Gerald Ray at 4:50 a.m. It was stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Department until Agent Ray brought it to me, which was later submitted to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
I would ask you, please, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
I'd ask you to please look at 483 and ask if you can identify it.
So 483 is a property receipt, TBI. This is where items were taken by me from the Johnson City Field Office temporary storage area to the Knoxville temporary storage area. Those items were taken out of the Knoxville temp storage area and literally like walked across the building to the TBI crime lab for submission.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit 480? So please tell the members of the jury about it, image 480, image and exhibit 480.
We might have already covered this one. 480 is the DNA standard for Jesse Allen. Again, it's got our TBI crime or TBI number, case number, my name, and this was the seventh item submitted at that point in that sequence.
Ask you please look at Exhibit 486.
481.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. 486.
So at the TBI Crime Lab, they keep a kind of a folder of kind of the chain of custody for all the items of evidence that come in. This would be like the inside flap of that. Whenever evidence is returned, you have to sign for that evidence to be returned. I see my name here, and this would have been for the release of a black Ford Ranger on 5/5/22.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 487. Go ahead, please tell us about Exhibit 487.
487 is the same picture.
Okay. Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
All the items that you referred to, you made sure they got to the TBI Crime Lab.
Yes.
All right, so you arrived, I believe you said that was around 3 a.m., somewhere close to that.
Approximately 2:31.
And as part of your debrief with the Greene County Sheriff's Department, there were people ID'd to you as witnesses, correct?
Correct.
One of those would have been Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
You interviewed Mr. Broadwater.
Briefly, I collected his written statement that a deputy had.
But here is the guy. He's on cross-examination. I bet y'all don't. Nobody know what's going on in the trial. Where's God is at? Lord. Wait a minute. 1 second. I just want to make sure I got it at the right place. Yeah, I don't know why they ended it like that. Wait a minute. I just want to make sure. It's like they ended the stream and they started up a new one. I don't know. This one look like. Okay. I think we good with this one that we got up here. Let me make sure I see all the other witnesses. Yeah. Okay. I see all the other witnesses. Okay. Here we go.
There were tire tracks.
Right. There were tire tracks, looked like to me, all the way up to where the big hill starts on the back of that property, wasn't it?
Are we talking about over towards the rear of the
Let's,
house?
I believe it may be Exhibit 37. No, that's not it. I'm sorry. Maybe it's Exhibit 30. I was way off. Exhibit 52, Special Agent Ketchum. Those two tire tracks that are running parallel with the fence row, right?
Yes, sir.
And those go, they appear to me to go all the way up until the hill starts with the rock strap.
Yes, sir. It almost, yeah, it looks like it.
And there looks like there's some return tire marks that are coming from left to right.
Over here. Are you talking about over here?
Diagonal, yes, sir, right there where you're leading.
Yes, sir. There's several tire tracks up there.
So it doesn't appear that it turned into the cattle pasture to turn around. It turned around toward the house and came back down.
It could.
Okay. All right. I think I have a better idea now. Thank you. Now, as the lead agent, you said you delegated the search warrant for the house to Special Agent Lowe, Stephen Lowe.
Stephen Lowe, yes, sir.
All right. There was no search warrant created for the gray or silver F-150. Is that right?
The gray or silver F-150 would have been processed, encompassed within the search warrant, the curtilage and the vehicles on scene.
Okay. It would have been taken to, it would either have been searched on scene or it would have been taken to the TBI lab in Knoxville, correct?
It would have been searched on scene. If there was anything substantial, we felt like we needed to take it to the crime lab, then yes, it would have been transferred to the crime lab.
Same thing with the Honda.
Same thing with the Honda, yes.
And we would see pictures if it had been inventoried or searched, right? With the doors open, the contents inside of it.
Yes, the response team would have done that.
And so if those images don't exist, then they didn't search them, right?
They may have done cursory research. You would have to ask them again. I don't know.
moment.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I do have just a few read quick. Very few. There's just a few questions to clear up our lab, if you will. Please, would you look at Exhibit 488, collected 488? Would you please fully tell what's going on there as it relates to the lab?
Yes, sir. Okay, so again, like I talked about earlier, they keep a folder, a book at the lab that documents chain of custody for items of evidence that come in for processing and are returned. When you go down to the lab and you collect items there for, I guess, final disposition to come back to us after all the testing's done, they ask you to sign the inside flap. Case in point, my name's here. I went down that day and released the Ford Bronco 5522. Chris Wilhoit would have picked up evidence on 9/28/22, and St. Derek Newport would have collected or picked up evidence 6/20/23.
Was all that evidence brought back?
It was.
Would you make that, you've already made that an exhibit to your testimony. I would ask you to look at 486, page 2.
48 was not an exhibit.
Would you make, well, I'll make that an exhibit to the testimony. Would you make would you look please at 486 and page 2 of 486?
So 486 is a property receipt. This is documenting that on 9/28/22, for this case, ASAC Chris Wilhoit received from Leanne Corbett there at the lab, one hammer from bedroom, would have been, I believe, marker number 24. This would have been the lab number and the exhibit number. You can see there is Corbett's signature. There is Wilhoit's signature. Wilhoit has brought this on 9/28/22 at 2:47 and released it to the DA's office to April Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Mike, would you pass this to the witness?
This one doesn't have the number.
It does not. Just completes our process.
Okay.
It's been agreed about.
501.
I think it'll be 500 because we
We
didn't
didn't use,
even drive.
we use audio, about 500.
Show you that document and ask if you can identify it.
I can. So this is a property receipt dated June 22nd, 2023. And on that date, April Allen with the DA's office received from myself a bag containing pizza box and various other items that are related to this case.
You've got those listed and identified,
I do. Would you want me to read them?
and you brought all those back.
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
So we filed exhibit 500. Property receipt. Your Honor, I just have a quick read this process.
Detective, Special Education, you collected some samples from where Bill Cole had been sitting in Rick Williams' vehicle.
I did.
You sent that off to be tested, sent a request for it to be
I
tested.
believe so.
But it was not, was it?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
That's all I have. Thanks very much.
Anything else from him?
No, we're good. Thank you.
You're free to go.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Call your next witness.
Let me see if Andrew Long is out there, Your Honor.
Move it, sir.
Angry mom. Mom, yes. Angry.
Will you sworn on Monday? Raise your right hand this morning. Some swear on this thing, give the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, that you got. Sir. All right. Well, you step up there, get over, have a seat, get comfortable, speak up.
Would you please state your name?
Andrew Long,
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Green County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Total of 11, right at 11 years.
How long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
That's total of 11 years. I've been on patrol right at 8.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy?
So I respond to on-scene calls. I've recently picked up the K9 unit. When this incident took place, I was not, but respond to calls, normal cop activities.
Did you respond to a dispatch on April 24th, April 25th, 2022 here in Greene County?
I did.
Did you go to Old Snap Ferry Road?
I did.
What time did you receive that dispatch?
It was somewhere close to midnight.
What did you do upon receiving that dispatch?
So when something like that comes out, well, we didn't know what we were going to. We were supposed to get there. So me and multiple deputies took off.
Were you running emergency equipment?
Yes, sir.
You have any idea about how long it took you to get to that scene?
I don't recall.
Please tell the members of the jury what you observed, what you saw upon your arrival.
So I was probably second or third there. So when I got there, it was still a chaotic scene. There was multiple vehicles in the driveway. The first deputy that was there, I saw him moving towards the residence. I actually parked at the road. So when I got there, my first instinct was to go towards the house. So that's what I did. Walked around the house. I saw two individuals appeared to be deceased, laying side by side, kind of on top of each other. I immediately checked them for a pulse. There was no pulse, no signs of life. As I was doing that, I looked up and I heard a noise coming from inside the house. I asked the other deputies that were there, I said, is anybody inside the house? Who else is here? The house hadn't been cleared yet. So I said, well, let's go clear the house. Let's make sure nobody else is inside. So that's when I did that.
Did anyone go in the home with you?
Yes, there was 3 or 4 of us, I believe.
Where did you go in the home?
So the door that I entered, I'm assuming that's what they use, I'm not positive, was the side. There's a front door on the very front, and then the side entrance that was closest to where I was at. There was 3 or 4 steps, and then a little, best way to describe it is a little outbuilding type thing, like mud room, we'll call it. So after I went in there, you go into the kitchen. There's another bedroom to the left, and then I kept funneling through the house, make sure there was nobody else inside the residence.
Was there anything in particular, Deputy Long, that stood out to you when you entered that house and as you were looking through the house?
So through my career, I've cleared a fair share of buildings. Well, the only thing that stood out and I felt was odd and kind of alarming was when you first went inside the house, as soon as you opened that side door, you could hear the TV blaring. It was oddly loud. But that was.
In fact, you've come to believe that was the sound you heard in the house.
I believe so. I mean, that's like I said, once we cleared the house, there was nobody inside. So I can only come to believe that the noise that I heard as I was checking the pulse for pulses was the TV from the outside of the house.
Were you wearing body cam?
I was.
That particular evening?
Yes.
And was it operating?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your body cam and does it accurately reflect what was shown, what you observed that evening?
It does.
I'll ask you first to look at Exhibit 420. Is it up on me? I'll just go 420 per minute. That is exhibit 420 paren 1. You have even put your signature on that. Is that right?
Yes.
You have reviewed it and it accurately reflects what you
Yes.
asked now that that be played. Just play.
Just one, KB strings. Let me get the last one.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Your Honor. We're going to play all the clips of this particular exhibit. So I would ask Ms. Allen to just go to the very first clip. We're just going to play them
All
through.
421, 420 brand one, right?
Yes, sir.
Judge, all the clips are actually on exhibit 420.
Okay.
I just don't think she had that particular one ready to load.
It wouldn't load. 420. All of them. All of them.
Not for brand one.
All of them. 420.
It says redacted CD, 420 brand one.
We can explain if the court wants us to.
Okay, all right, I just didn't know whether that marked 420 or 420 brand one. I'm marking off the exhibits as they go. Is there sound on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's sound?
DLC. Deputy Long, on that particular evening, you did see Bill Cole.
Yes,
You saw blood on the back of his pants.
I did.
Did you make that tape and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
That'd be fine. Cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Deputy Long, the reason that in that video you were changing Bill Cole from one cruiser to the next was to get another look at that blood on the back of his leg. Is that right?
I don't recall.
But Deputy Carr, I imagine, is the one who told you about the blood on the back of his leg, that you observed it yourself in that process?
I mean, you saw on the video how dark it was. I don't know when it was seen. I know as I got him out of the vehicle, it was observed on his pant leg.
Now, each of the deputies that were on the scene have body cam footage, correct?
Yes.
And so I would imagine there's some sort of procedure on how those things are supposed to be used with the sheriff's department. Is that right?
So typically, yes. But like you saw in that video, we had 3 different videos. I didn't cut it off on any of those occurrences. We've since upgraded our body cams. But
So that was one continuous. Or
the last video may have been a new one, but as I was walking out there, I didn't intentionally turn that off or anything.
And granted, this isn't somebody you're pulling over on the side of the road. Do you have to manually turn it on as you
Yes.
were going up? And on your way to the house there, I saw Deputy Chad Moore. He'd already been up that way. And saw Deputy Frank Cedillo and Lieutenant, I believe, Earl Meisinger. All of you entered through the house.
Yes.
Was Lieutenant Meisinger and Deputy Cedillo, did they come up behind you?
They went in front of me into the house.
So all the 3 of you went up, not necessarily together, I guess, but all around the same time.
Yes.
When you met up with Deputy Chad Moore, correct?
You're talking about when we arrived on
Yeah,
the
when you
scene?
first go up there and what we saw in the video, you walked up and you saw.
So
Chad
yes, when we first walked up to the house, they were behind me. Yes.
Moore. So, and you learned that Brian Roger Broadwater had been back there to see the bodies, correct?
I didn't know that anybody came back and looked at the body.
So you didn't know that. All right, fair enough. But there was at least 4 sheriff's deputies that had walked up through there, saw where the bodies were, and then cleared the house, correct?
Yes.
1 second. Obviously, you wouldn't be reviewing the other deputies' body cam footage. You just take care of your own, make sure it's uploaded when you come in into the office from time to time.
Yes.
Right? So you were at the scene for a long time, weren't you?
I wasn't. I cleared up once everything kind of calmed down. TBI was on scene. The county doesn't shut down just because we have something like this go on. So I cleared up to go answer other calls.
Do you have any idea what time you left?
I don't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else from here?
No, sir, thank you for your help.
Thanks, sir.
Fire next witness.
Jeff Davis.
What was the name again?
Mr. Davis? Oh, Jeff Davis.
Yes, Davis.
Yes, sir.
Would you please state your name?
It's Jeff Davis,
Where are you employed?
the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
In what capacity are you presently employed?
I'm a captain in the Criminal Investigation Division.
On the date of this April 2022, what role were you playing?
At that time, I was a lieutenant in the NCID.
Presently, as that captain, you're in charge of the detectives.
Yes, sir.
Presently. How long have you been in law enforcement?
Since December of 1993.
How long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I've only worked for one department. I've been there the entire time.
And is it fair to say you started where at the Sheriff's Department?
I started out working at the jail.
You moved to where?
I went from the jail to patrol to, I was on patrol for 9 years. I was a patrol sergeant for 9 more years. In 2013, I transferred to investigations, CID division. And in 2020, I was promoted to lieutenant. And then when Jeff Morgan retired in 2022, I took over as captain.
Were you, Detective Davis, called out to play a part in the investigation of 2 persons found dead at 7140 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County?
Yes, sir.
At what time did you get that call?
It was a little after midnight.
Where were you at when you got that call?
I was at home in bed.
What did you do upon receiving that call, Detective Davis?
Got up and got dressed and responded to the scene.
About what time did you arrive?
It was a little after 1 o'clock. I believe it was about 1:02 a.m.
Please tell the members of the jury what you saw yourself upon that arrival.
As has been stated before, there was a lot of patrol officers who were already at the scene. Several other people at the road. I walked around the scene with Special Agent Catherine from the TBI. We found out that the TBI's violent crime response team was responding, so we kind of stayed back to let them get there to do their thing. It was around that time we figured out we probably needed to do a search warrant. A search warrant needed to be done for the property and for the vehicles. So Agent Stephen Lowe was tasked by Catherine with doing the search warrant. So they asked me if I would accompany him back to our office to open our office up, to give him a place to work, and to help him if he needed help finding a local judge to sign the search warrant.
Now, if I can go back to the scene just very, very briefly. Did you see Bill Cole at the time you were at the scene?
I believe he was already in a patrol car when I arrived on scene. I don't recall seeing him at the scene. I may have, but if I did, it was just briefly. They might have let him out of the car to smoke one time or something, or I might have actually seen him when they were transferring. I just honestly don't remember at this point.
Did you see the defendant Jordan Allen that evening at the scene?
Same thing. He was already in a patrol car by the time I got there, and I do not remember seeing him at the scene.
But you were briefed about the situation concerning his guardianship.
Yes, sir.
Or at least the guardians that he had
Yes.
at the time. Can you tell the members of the jury what you were faced with on learning about who the guardians might be of the defendant?
Okay. We were informed at the scene that there were 4 people that lived in the house. There were 2 adults and 2 juveniles. Two of those were dead. They were deceased behind the house. One of the adults and one of the juveniles. The 2 people that were still alive were the other juvenile and the other adult. We really didn't know what to do with Jordan at that point. We couldn't turn him loose, being in the middle of the night like that. We couldn't just let him go walk down the road or something. For all we knew, the other adult that he lived with was a suspect in the murder of 2 other people. So we just left him where he was at for then. One of the things that I did when I got back to the office was call DCS to get them involved in the process so they could make a determination where he needed to be placed later.
Now, as you told the members of the jury already, you were not at that scene very long.
I was not. Maybe about an hour and a half.
You came in to help another agent, TBI, get a search warrant.
Correct.
Did you play a part in the interviews with Bill Cole?
Yes.
How many interviews did you play a part in with Bill Cole?
Both of the interviews. I came in just a little bit late on one of them, but I was involved in both interviews.
Did you play a part in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you played a part in the questioning, had an opportunity to view both Mr. Cole and Mr. Allen as they answered questions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the taking into control handling of evidence at the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Did you have occasion to handle evidence in this case?
I do.
I would like to show you Exhibit 483 and ask if you can identify it.
That is one of the Greene County Sheriff's Department's evidence logs that we use. It is a log detailing the buccal swabs taken from Clarence Cole Also boots, a shirt, and pants and belt taken from Clarence, or Bill Cole, Clarence William Cole. And also the buckle swabs taken from Jordan Allen.
It shows you're the submitting officer, so they have all stuff submitted to you.
Yes.
Please tell the members of the jury what you did with those items.
Those items were placed into our evidence room, our secure evidence room. And then it looks like on May the 5th of 2022, they were signed out by our evidence technician, Angie Wings. They were signed out to Agent Gerald Ray with the TBI.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Was a gag order put down in this case sometime shortly after the Did you release information?
Yes, objection, relevance. I don't understand what gag order has any relevance.
Sheriff's Department or any other agency that you are aware of release information about certain details of this particular offense?
There were a few details released about it. The petitions that were filed were eventually made public, but there was very few details released about it.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether or not the detail about the possible use of a screwdriver was released to the public?
To my knowledge, that information was never released to the public. It wasn't released by the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
And as far as you know, it was not released by anyone.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Do you know who Ronnie Hale is?
I do.
Ronnie Hale was in the Greene County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Did Ronnie Hale come forward to give information about this case?
He did.
And do you believe he gave details that had not been released?
I do believe he did, yes.
Do you know who was he ever released? Was he ever in custody in the same location as the defendant in this case?
According to the records at the jail, he was.
Was he also in the same area and location of a Carlos?
Yes.
Do you know who I'm referring to when I say
I do.
Carlos?
I do.
What is Carlos's last name?
It's Carlos Lowe, Lowe.
You have verified all of that.
Yes, sir.
You said you interviewed the defendant, Jordan Allen,
Yes.
interviewed him 3 times?
Yes.
Is the person who was charged as lead detective, it was the person who was charged with this crime, is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table beside Mr. Race's table.
That's the person thank you. This occurred in Greene County, Tennessee.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. David, can you just, Captain, can you just.
You're fine.
You were able to identify Carlos Lowe, obviously, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he goes by, or has a nickname, doesn't he?
That's what we were told, yes.
I'd like to show you a driver's license photo. Considering you have access to the Greene County Detention Center's booking photos, I'm sure you looked at that when you're trying to figure out who Carlos Lowe was, right?
Yes,
Okay. The image that I'm giving you, does that appear to be Carlos Lowe?
it does.
Fair and accurate reflection of what you know to be Carlos Lowe?
Yes.
Or I'd like to enter that as an exhibit, please.
501. That's a driver's license photo.
It is. I do think that it would be appropriate, though, Your Honor, that any identification, IDing information of like where he lives, things like that, we should probably redact that since that should not be a photograph. I just want the photograph, yes, sir.
501 is a photo of Carlos Lowe. inaccurate, all the other information. You have a Sharpie or something?
I'll get it done that. I'll
Can you
take
just
care
cut
of it.
it out?
I can do that.
Just cut the picture out. And picture's one thing you want.
That is, that's all I want. Thank you.
Cut it out, put it on a piece of white paper. Get in there, get a piece of white paper. Put it on. Take it on there.
Thank you, Captain Dix.
All right, you want it, that's 501, and you're back to the jury. Anything else from the captain? You may have a seat back in there. Call your next witness.
He's in the jail. Why do you hate?
Take 2 minutes. Okay. Let's take it, I'm gonna give you a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back in.
All right.
Turn off the lights in here, baby. Okay, they must be going on break or something when they do this. I almost thought this was an inmate.
Sir, would you introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name's Ronald H.
Mr. Hale, I can see you're in orange and wearing shackles.
Yes, sir.
Why is that, sir?
I got convicted of second-degree murder of Philip C.
Second-degree murder of Philip C.
Yes, sir.
Sir, who was Philip C?
He was my best friend.
Issue over a woman, as I recall. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, it's been mentioned that he's in jail. You're to consider, the only reason that's coming up, you can consider that to determine his credibility. That's the only reason it's real. Go ahead.
Mr. Hale, sir, how long were you in custody in Greene County?
I'm thinking a little over 3 years.
In fact, at one time you were represented by Mr. Eastdale. Is that
Yes,
fair? And you pled, I forgot, Mr. Hale. Do you recall, sir, when you entered your plea?
It was September 6th, I believe,
What year?
25.
Last September.
Yes, sir.
You were charged with first-degree murder. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you entered a plea, you mentioned a second-degree murder.
Yes,
And I was the one that prosecuted you. I guess you remember that.
yes, sir.
And at some point, Mr. Hale, were you housed with Jordan Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to have certain information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you immediately make that information known?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, did I or did the Office of the District Attorney General make you an offer to resolve your case? Were you made an offer to
Oh, yes.
resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what that offer was?
The first one was 52, the second one was 25, and the third one was 20.
Well, let's talk about that first one. Big drop, 52. You were charged with first degree.
Yes, sir.
And you got it down to 20. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall who your attorney was?
Jonathan Cave.
At the time you had that 20-year offer, had you given him any information about what you had learned
No, sir.
concerning Jordan Allen?
Not at all.
At some point, did you decide to tell Mr. Cave about that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why did you do that?
To get a reduction on my sentence.
You wanted,
And plus, I thought it was the right thing to do.
well, but let's be fair. You got a reduction, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You went from 20 You gave that information to Mr. Cave,
Yes, sir.
and you got 17,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't stop it. Or, excuse me, you stopped at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
At 17.
Yes,
But the reason you got the 17 was because you told the information.
yes, sir.
So let's talk about that, Mr. So let's talk about that. So let's talk about that information. Mr. Ray. Do you recall, sir, the identities of the people that you were housed with?
I was housed with Mr. Allen, Carlos Lowe, Robert Knight, and Adam Scott, if I'm remembering correct.
Were y'all in the same actual cell together?
Yes, sir.
Describe this cell, this area, Mr. Hale.
When you walk in the door, you have 2 bunks on the right and 2 on the left.
Are they like bunk beds?
Yes,
One
sir.
on top of the other? And were you in the cell, sir, were you in the cell with these 3 people at the time you obtained this information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how you, well, first, can you tell us what you heard? Let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Allen say anything to you directly?
No, sir.
Do you recall, sir, exactly who he was talking to?
Carlos Lowe.
And, sir, were they on the same side of the room as you?
Yes,
Or-
sir. They were on the same bunk,
Okay, but they were, okay,
on the opposite side of the room.
okay. Top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Top.
So what did you hear, sir?
It was talking about his case, and I overheard him tell him that he killed his little brother with a screwdriver and his grandmother with a hammer because she had took away his cell phone and wouldn't give it back.
Did he say, now prior to this, Mr. Hale, did you have had anyone made any details known to you about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Had you read anything in the paper? Do you have access to the paper down there?
We did, but we don't now.
At the time of this, did you have access to the paper?
Yes, but they scan it, and anybody's case that's in it, Miss Kelly usually takes it out.
Okay. Did you have anybody tell you anything on the phone, on a jail call? Did you know anything about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Allen say who he killed first?
The grandmother
And it was over a phone?
over a cell phone
Did he say why he then killed his little brother?
because he seen it happen. He witnessed him killing the grandmother.
And he's not saying this to you, he's saying this to Mr.
Lowe.
Lowe.
Yes, sir.
As Mr. Allen as you're hearing this, is Mr. Allen, is he remorseful?
No, sir.
Did he say what he did afterwards?
He said he went outside to a vehicle and listened to music.
Did he say for how long?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, how long did you sit on this information before you came forward?
I'm not sure the approximate time, but it was a while.
May I have 1 second, Your Honor? I think Mr. Hale, can you tell us exactly where you're serving your sentence?
Whiteville Corrections.
And you still like approximately how, well, sir, you have a release date.
2039.
If you stay out if you don't get any write-ups in prison,
Yes, sir.
maybe 2039. They brought you back just for this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hale, why should they believe you? I mean, you're a convicted killer, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you play it.
Yes, sir.
Why should they believe you? You and I haven't talked about this part. You and I have met.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I've ever asked you this.
No.
Why should anybody believe you, bro?
Why should I have a reason to lie about it? How would I know about the case without having any information if I wouldn't have heard it? And I really don't see nobody making those details up just out of the blue.
Mr. Hale, I thank you for agreeing to come forward and answer Mr. Eastep's questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hale?
Yes, sir.
So, as I stated, you were charged with first-degree premeditated murder
Yes.
originally, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to have a certified copy of the indictment in that particular case, Your Honor. I'd like to have the court take judicial notice of that in its next exhibit.
Exhibit 502, certified copy of Ronald H.
And you testified that you believe that you entered a plea on September the 10th. Would August 25th sound a little bit better?
Somewhere around in there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, I have certified copies of his judgment forms.
2
that
pages.
It is.
So collective 503, 2-page judgment form of Ronald H. Certified copy. Judgment. We pass it here. All right, go ahead.
And this was done with a firearm, was it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was about 10 different injury wounds in Philip C. Is that right?
As far as I know, sir.
And it was your friend since elementary school, correct?
Before that, he was 4 and I was 6.
Now, how long were you in a cell with Jordan Allen while you were here in Greene County?
I'm not quite sure on the time period. I'm pretty sure it was a couple of months.
And you're saying in this couple of months that you guys shared a jail cell that he made this statement.
Yes, sir.
And when you made the statement, you made it in the jury deliberation room, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Right after you gave that statement, you came out here and pled to second-degree murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you kind of went through it kind of quick, so I'm going to be a little bit more detailed about the statement that you say that Jordan Allen told you or was said in the cell, okay?
All right.
All right, so in your statement, you said that Jordan had guessed he was too loud about it. You're talking about when he was killing his grandmother. You said that he guessed he was too loud about it because his little brother walked in on him. That's what you said. Is that right?
As far as I know.
All right. And then the question was, then he killed Jesse. And then he went outside to listen to music until the cops got there. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Waited for law enforcement to arrive.
I'm supposing.
And that's what Jordan Allen said that fateful day in the jail cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're absolutely sure that that's what he said, no question.
Yes, sir.
17 years sure, right?
Yes, sir.
But Jordan wasn't the only inmate that you offered information on, was it?
No, sir.
You offered some on another inmate that was also charged with first-degree murder, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about that, you told the folks interviewing that you had heard that information.
Yes, sir.
To sort of, you didn't say through the grapevine, but that's what you meant with it.
Yes, sir.
Right? And in your statement, you didn't necessarily call him Carlos Lowe, you called him Pinky.
Yes, sir.
But that's who Pinky is. It's Carlos Lowe. They're one and the same. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so I've got an exhibit here I'd like to show you. And I believe you'll find a photograph of, who's that?
Carlos Lowe, Pinky.
All right. And he was in the cell, and Jordan was talking to him when you overheard all this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if Carlos Lowe comes in here and takes a stand and has something different to say than what you are, what would you say about that?
I can't determine what another person says.
Now, would it surprise you that Jordan Allen has made statements to the TBI in his case? Would it surprise you that he's talked to, that he made statements?
Probably not.
Would it surprise you in his statements to the TBI that he said that Jesse died first instead of Sherry?
That's not what he said when he was talking to Carlos.
Would it also surprise you that this didn't happen inside the home, that it happened outside, that this happened on the outside of the home?
He did not say where it happened when he was talking to Carlos.
Now let's go back. Let's talk about what you said. You said that when he was being too loud about it, and his little brother walked in on him. Those are exactly your words. That's what you said. You already said that
Yeah.
once. Walked in. And then after you say that he killed Jesse, that he went outside. Isn't that right?
To the vehicle.
And one of the things you said in your interviews, you said everybody's got to pay for what they did. Isn't that
That
right?
is true.
You didn't pay your fair share though, did you?
It depends on who you ask.
I reckon so. Now, the district attorney mentioned something about the fact that I represented you earlier.
Yes, sir.
I met with you and we had a very long talk about the rules of professional conduct, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And you signed a waiver waiving a conflict, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You were all fine and dandy. You just came in here to testify to what got you 17 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Governor.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from him?
Mr. Hale, why did you shoot Fred? I've always wanted to know. You shot him, Mr. Eastep said 10 times.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you shoot him?
Well, he pulled a gun on me, but that was not found to be correct in court. I have a bullet lodged in my back right now that says otherwise, but
You emptied out.
yes, sir.
I just thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna, thank you.
Mr. Hale,
Yes, sir.
now, both of you had Glock 9mm, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You're very well aware that a Glock 9mm has 3 safeties on it, does it not?
I'm only aware of the trigger safety.
So you're not aware that that you can't, if you drop it, it's not going to fire. And if you press the top of the slide in any shape, form, or fashion, that weapon will not fire. You're not aware of that.
Well, I'm aware of that, but I figured safety was only on the trigger.
It's fair enough. Just different definitions that we have. All right. Now, isn't it true that your firearm ended up stovepiping? In other words, one of the shells that you fired did not eject and it was caught in the top slide of the pistol. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, and one of the reasons that we believe that happened is because you were so close to Philip or it was so close to you that the top of the slide didn't have a chance to fully cycle through to kick that round out. Isn't that right?
You say so.
All right. And that he shot you in the shoulder. You're when they took you to the hospital, I believe it's your left shoulder blade. Is that right? Where the
Yes,
slug is part of the projectile is still in your shoulder?
No, the whole projectile is still in my shoulder. Yes, sir. Left shoulder.
Yes. Okay. And you said that Philip was pulling his pistol while he was sitting in a lazy boy chair.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you drew your pistol and discharged it until you couldn't anymore. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But Philip wasn't done. He kept coming and you went to strangle him. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's somewhere in that struggle that on the 911 tape, it records that shot going off and you say, and them saying, oh gosh, he shot him again. And you yell out, no, he shot me. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, sounds like self-defense. And you're saying that instead of putting on proof that he pulled his weapon, that he discharged it into you, that he pulled it first, you decided to take a 17-year deal because you didn't think you could prove that in court, and you thought it was better for you to take a 17-year deal despite having a self-defense claim.
Yes, sir. Because I was not thinking, on the pretense of everybody seeing it my way. I didn't trust the evidence. Plus 52 years is a long time.
It is.
Would you yourself judge on something that you didn't know? Would you bet on something you didn't know?
Well, Mr. Hale, I don't have to answer that question today.
You can't answer a lawyer question. They ask you questions.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Hale?
Anything else, Mr. Hale?
I don't have anything for Mr. Hill. I do need to have a bench meeting with council unless there's reader.
Oh, no regret.
Is the jury here?
I don't need him.
Anything, are there any other witnesses today for the state?
The only thing we have left is the pathologist's deposition,
And that's about an hour,
roughly, not hardly.
and it's a video, gonna be played, and then that is state gonna arrest after that,
Strong possibility.
strong possibility. And then, so, that's where we are. So we're gonna play that video, it's the autopsy video, and it'll be about an hour, tomorrow morning. We'll wait one more. So,
It doesn't show an actual autopsy, it's just the pathologist testifying to the
Pathologist,
result.
Yeah, so it's a doctor. So we'll do that tomorrow morning. So